If the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Good morning, my little papadums. I'm sorry. How are we? I feel like it's been an eternity since I addressed this trial. Done so many things in between. It's not funny. Good morning, Miss Ella. Hello. How are you? Sorry, I'm a bit late. There was a silly me opened up Discord before I logged on, and there was a little message from a certain Mr. Udahef that I had to debunk before I could go live. So, yes, I'm just uploading it now. But yes, all done. Missed you too. You missed we were wondering where you were last night with Tan's stream. We did the first of the Gangland War series, so it was good. It was good. Then we watched the first episode in the Underbelly series from that came out here in Melbourne as a direct result of it. So we're sort of trying to do it episode by episode and cover the exact same information as what the series did and compare what was true and what was embellished, perhaps is probably a good word. My yes, finally saved it in the you. I can't upload that much of a file. God damn. Udahef's going to have to give me his email address because it won't upload to email. To Discord, it's too big. Yeah. We sort of did a bit of an overview on the background because it's a bit confusing. There's so many prime criminal families that that were around then, and some still are. That's excellent, Christine. Good job. Now you just need, what is it, 1,000 watch time hours or 2,000, and you can get the first step of monetization. Awesome. What was I saying? I can't remember now. Lost my train of thought. So yes, we're doing day 2 of the Rose Petal murder trial. This is about Zachary Hughes in South Carolina. It's quite confusing. I really haven't grasped the entirety of it yet. Yeah, I might have to go back and start watching it again and do some reading, which I haven't had a chance to do because I had a lot of prep to do yesterday with this Gangland War thing. But all good. We will get there, and we can get there together. So, all right. So we're halfway through day 2. We come back straight after the lunch break. I can't even remember who the last witness was, but hang on. Oh, that's right. It was her sister. So it was the victim's sister. And we were a bit torn in the chat as to who found her credible and who didn't. Yeah. But what I need to be answered is so the sisters lived together towards the end before the victim's demise, and her daughter was living with them as well. And once the victim was deceased, the daughter, the sister was granted temporary guardianship of the child. And then the child was taken into foster care, and I don't understand why. So that needs to be clarified for me, because if you've got a suitable family, a family member that is capable of taking care of the child, especially given that they're in the same environment that the child is used to, and it's not going to disrupt the child too much, which is what would happen, going to family. Foster care is not a nice system. So, and that all happened before even the father was granted custody or guardianship or whatever it is, because he had absconded with the daughter over to Italy, and they'd only just got her back. So it's a big mess. There's accusations of all sorts involved in this. So yeah, I'll let you make your own minds up. Let's go, shall we? Oh, present the screen, Jodie. Share. That one. Right. And there we go. Okay. Fortunately, yeah, been inundated with the flood still. Her son's house has been affected. Her two nieces have been flood affected. I think they lost their houses, or at least a good deal of property. Or bugger.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Right back there. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
She
the truth?
was last night. She's just
Thank you. Please be seated.
stressed, as you would be.
Please state your name.
I haven't even had a chance to check
Michael
my
Manuel?
emails, but I'll do that now.
You reside in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
And where do you live?
Dove Street.
And what do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a photographer
And how long have you been doing that?
since I was 6 years old.
Back in 2020, 2021, were you working for John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do for John Mello?
I was helping clean his house while he was out of town.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
On and off for several months.
And what about October of 2020 through 2021? Was John Mello living in the United States during that time?
I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure because I didn't keep up with all his traffic, all his movements, because I was at the time working 2 jobs and I needed to keep track of everything going on at once.
How did y'all communicate?
Text messages or video chats.
All right. And so he would text you and ask you to do things?
I was in work when I was telling, yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of things would he ask you to do?
Guard work, cleaning up. She was moving back to Italy. He was helping me clean his house up to get ready for sale.
And what about, and how would he pay you?
Cash.
And where was this location?
It was on Blake Street.
Now, back in 2020, 2021, did you meet Zach Hughes?
I met him while John was in Italy. And I did a little work around the house with Zach. That's about all I did with him.
So how did you meet Zach?
Through John.
Through John. And then did you and Zach work together?
On and off throughout a couple of days, yes, sir.
And where would y'all work together at?
At the house.
At the Blake Street house?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you do that with Zach?
About 2 weeks to everything with them. We were doing mostly outside work, a little bit inside, cleaning up around the house and inside.
And then after October 13th, 2021, did you ever talk with investigators?
I was pulled over. I will get off the bus. I was stopped by 2 investigators at the vape store on Lawrence Road, taken back to the county. That when I was there, questioned if I had any involvement in the crime that I did not know I committed at the time.
And was that Detective Sparkman and Master Deputy Wolf? Do you recognize
Yes,
them?
sir.
And what did you tell them?
I had no idea what the crime was committed. I willingly gave them my phone to go through it so they could track everything. I gave them all the access codes, everything. So I had no.
Voluntarily handed over your phone?
Yes, sir.
And what about, did you voluntarily give them your DNA? Did they swab your mouth?
I don't recall.
And did they ask you about any other associates that John Mello may have?
No, sir. Not to my recollection.
Well, did you not tell them about Zach Hughes?
I knew Zach Hughes, but that's to the point where I only knew Zach Hughes because of John Mello. I didn't know him before that or during the fact, after the fact.
No, but did you tell these investigators?
That I worked with Zach Hughes, yes, sir.
You told them, the investigators, that you worked with Zach Hughes?
Briefly, not for a long period of time.
Did you tell them that you knew Zach Hughes through John Mello?
I would object to leaving.
What did you tell them about
I only knew Zach
John Mello and
Hughes.
Zach Hughes?
I only know John Mello. I knew John Mello for years. I knew Zach Hughes for a brief period of time. This whole situation, I had no idea about the murder, none of that stuff.
Absolutely. But did you tell investigators?
I only knew Mello. I only knew Zach Hughes through John Mello briefly. After we stopped working together, that's the last time I talked to him.
Thank you, Mr. Nagel.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. I know that's off record.
Thank you. I think that's all. Thank you.
You're on the state calls, Master Deputy Blake Wolf.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Blake Wolf.
All right, Master Deputy Wolf, who do you work for?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working with them?
I began working with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office in 2019. Before that, I was employed by the Greenville County Department of Public Safety for 7 years.
And what do you currently do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a master deputy assigned to Bravo Platoon.
Were you ever in homicide?
Yes, sir.
How long were you in homicide?
A little over 3 years.
Did you get involved in this case back in October 13th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us how you got involved in this case.
I was asked to co-lead this case with Investigator Sparkman on October 15th. When Miss Parcell was murdered, I was involved in another case. We concluded that case on the 14th, and then I was asked to assist with this case on the 15th.
So on the 15th, did you head out to the scene?
No, sir.
What did you do on the 15th?
So the first thing I was asked to do is a Google geofence search warrant for the location where Miss Parcell was murdered.
And what is a Google geofence?
So if you have any Google apps on your cell phone and allow them to store your location data, we can find out, we can get access to that data through Google. So when we have a location where a murder occurred, we can send them a search warrant for that location, a specific radius around that location for a time frame. And if any devices were in that radius, they will let us know. But that only applies to people who allow them to track their location data.
And did you recover anything of significance from those efforts?
No, sir.
So what else did you start doing involved in this case?
On October 19th and the 20th, I went back out to the Canebrake neighborhood and continued canvassing the area for potential witnesses or additional security footage.
So we heard Master Deputy Stokes talk about canvassing this neighborhood. Were you doing sort of the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all do it two separate times?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
People are at home. People come and go. Her murder happened earlier in the day. People could have been at work. So we go at, usually more than once at different times just to try to catch people when they're at home.
And in doing so, did you talk with Donna Gorman?
Yes, sir, I did.
About when did you talk with her?
That'd be the afternoon of October 20th.
And at that time, had y'all obtained Ring cameras and video footage related to this case?
Hello.
Yes, sir, we had.
Sorry. Sorry. I was emailing. Sorry. I had to get some medications off to my endocrinologist for a referral. Good morning, sweetheart. We were just talking about you earlier, and hoping that you're all okay. She was asking about you last night, Anna. Sweetness looks like he's just Hello, Tan. How you going? Yeah, I just had to respond to my endocrinologist who's referring me. I had to send a list of my medications off. Alrighty.
And did you show her a copy of the individual that was on a bike at that time?
No, I did not.
Did anybody else speak with Donna Gorman?
Investigator Riley Stokes.
Do you know when he spoke with her?
The day of Miss Parcell's murder.
About when did you obtain video footage of a suspect leaving on a bicycle?
October 14th, I believe.
So after you continued to canvass the neighborhood, what did you do?
I made contact with Miss Gorman and spoke with her.
And then after that, what did you do?
After that, it was on October 22nd that myself and Investigator Sparkman learned that Michael Manigault is somebody that was familiar with John Mello, and it was suggested that we speak with him.
Did you, in fact, try to go and locate Michael Manigault?
Yes, sir.
And where did you locate him?
So we were told that he rides the Greenlink buses. So we went around to some of their bus stops and we located him getting off a bus on Orange Road.
And did you speak with him?
Yes, sir, we did.
Was that the gentleman who just testified?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you have the occasion to obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes, sir. He gave consent.
And where did you take that sample?
It was in the CID interview room in the homicide office.
Did y'all carry him down there, or did he meet y'all there?
No, he doesn't have a vehicle, so he rode in Investigator Sparkman's SUV.
And down there, did you take a buccal swab sample?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is the packaging for the buccal swab that I collected from Mr. Manigault.
All right. And you like to open it?
Yes.
See what's inside of it. All right. And inside State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. This is the buccal swab I collected from Mr. Manigault, 2 of them.
Now, what did you do with those buccal swabs?
I placed them into our property and evidence room.
Now, after you spoke with Mr. Manigault, what did you do?
I began researching Zachary Hughes.
And so how would you go about doing that?
So I started, I just did a basic Google search of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina.
And what did you find?
I found,
May we approach?
Really?
yes, sir.
So, Master Deputy Wolf,
trying to locate Zachary David Hughes, what did you do?
So I began by just doing a basic Google search of something along the lines of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina. The first thing I noticed is there were several articles online about him being a pianist, being famous for being able to play music by memory.
And then once you had that information, what did you do?
So then I logged into my South Carolina DMV online account, and I obtained a picture of Mr. Hughes's driver's license, his DMV photo. I showed that photo to Mr. Manigault just to confirm that I was looking at the same Zachary Hughes that he was referring to.
Was it confirmed?
Yes, sir.
So once you've confirmed the person that you're looking into, what do you do next?
Well, I continued to look at his DMV online account. And one thing that I found was important is the address on his driver's license was 200 Tyndall Avenue. 200 Tyndall Avenue is located within the city limits of Greenville. A few months prior to Ms. Parcell's murder, the Greenville Police Department had installed traffic cameras around the city. So since he lived in the city, I believed if he had a vehicle, there would be some photos on these traffic cameras of his vehicle. So also using my South Carolina DMV online account, I found that he had a gold 1999 Ford Ranger registered to his name. So the city uses a traffic camera system. Some people call them license plate readers, LPRs for short, called flock. When you pass a flock camera, it takes a picture of your license plate and the back right side of your vehicle, and then it goes into a database that's searchable. So
And how often does that happen? How often along a highway or a freeway or anywhere does that happen? I wonder.
once I had Mr. Hughes's license plate from the DMV, I entered it into the flock system. At that time, flock had a retention period of 90 days, and I found 55 images of Mr. Hughes's vehicle.
Oh,
Now explain this, Jerry. So how many flock cameras are there around Greenville County?
At that time, they were just in the city. I would say maybe 10 to 15.
Okay, so we only had 10 to 15 cameras in the city limits.
Yes, the county had not yet employed any flock cameras.
And now you say you have access to this flock camera system. Is this a nationwide system or a local system?
Yes, so Flock is a national company. They sell these traffic cameras to law enforcement agencies across the country.
All right, so after you searched a car registered to Zach Hughes, what'd you find?
So I found the 55 images of his vehicle during that 90-day retention period. I found 2 images the day of Ms. Parcell's murder.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 114 and 115. I'll ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are the Flock pictures of Mr. Hughes' vehicle on October 13th, 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 114 and 115 into evidence.
No objection.
114 and 115.
Yes, sir.
permission to publish.
All right, I'm showing you States Exhibit 114. Can you tell the jury what's in this photo and the time and date?
Yes, sir. This is a photo of Mr. Hughes's 1999 Ford Ranger. It was captured at 2:31 p.m. on October 13th at the Bunkman-Rutherford intersection. And then you can see a black bicycle in the bed of his truck.
So that was at 2:31 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Why was this significant?
Because we have the video of a suspect leaving the crime scene on a black bike.
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit 102. Was this what you were trying to compare it to?
Yes, sir.
And what was your conclusions?
My conclusion is that there's a lot of similarities between the bike in the photo you were holding up and the bike in the bed of Mr. Hughes's truck.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 115. What is that?
That is another flock camera of Mr. Hughes's vehicle at night. Lawrence in East Washington, 7:30 on the same day.
But you can't really see anything.
No, sir.
So as a result of that, what did you do?
So after learning this information, I acquired search warrants for 200 Tyndall Avenue, Mr. Hughes's truck, his DNA, and his cell phone.
Now, did you, after talking with Mr. Manigault and your independent research, did you learn where John Mello lived or had a house at the time?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
So he has a house here in Greenville in 12 Blake Street.
And did you also look into the location of Mr. Mello at this particular time?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to confirm where he wasn't?
Yes. We obviously had to consider him as a potential suspect. We were told at the beginning he was potentially in Italy, so we had to confirm that.
Were you able to confirm that?
Yes, sir.
So you went and got a search warrant for 200 Tyndall.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go out
Yes.
to 200 Tyndall?
Yes,
sir,
he does.
we did.
And did you execute a search warrant on that house?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right.
Yeah, I put a short
Tell
up
the jury
about it
how
today.
that occurred.
So we started by meeting at a predetermined location a few miles from the address. And we had a deputy in a unmarked vehicle drive by the house to make sure Mr. Hughes was going to be there. Mr. Hughes was actually leaving the driveway at that time. So we waited at our predetermined location until he returned. Once he returned, we went to the house to execute the search warrant.
And did you learn who, now, did the defendant own this house?
No, sir.
Did you discover or learn who the owners of this house were?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Jeanette and Marshall Lynn.
So how many individuals arrived on which day was this?
This would have been October 22nd.
So October 22nd.
Yes, sir.
So about 9 days after the murder.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what happened when y'all arrived.
So when we arrived, we sent deputies to the front of the house and then to the back of the house. Their driveway is located behind the house. You have to go down a side street to get to it. And I was one of the deputies that went to the back of the house. I parked directly behind Mr. Hughes's Ford Ranger. When we exited our vehicles, he was standing inside the house right in front of a double French door. When I first observed him, he already had his hands up.
And did he have a cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
Where was the cell phone?
It was in his hand.
And did you approach him or did he come out?
No, we called him out to us. Yes, sir.
And what did he do when you called him out?
He complied.
And what did he do with the cell phone?
He put it down on the table he was standing beside, just almost directly inside the French doors.
Did you secure that cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It was collected by another deputy and then transported to be downloaded.
And where did they take that cell phone from?
The kitchen table. Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 112.
Teresa, I'm just
Recognize it.
uploading some synth video that I think is Ben Yarman's bestie.
Yes, sir. This is the cell phone that we
Hotspot.
collected that belonged to Mr. Hughes.
Your Honor, state moves exhibit 112 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's one, two, come there.
So
And
I'm going to show you state's exhibits 116, 117, and 118.
oh,
Ask if you recognize this.
I said it as private. What a dickhead.
Yes, sir. These are photos of 200 Tyndall Avenue.
118 into evidence.
No objection.
116, 117, and 118, United States.
So we'll show you state's exhibit 117. What is that?
That is the front door. If you're on Tyndall Avenue, then you're facing the front of their house.
And was that where Zach Hughes was standing?
No, sir.
We'll show you state's exhibit 116. What about that?
That is the back side of the residence that leads to the area where we were parked.
And where was Mr. Hughes standing when you?
You can kind of see the French doors through the bushes there, but he was standing there. Yes, sir.
All right. So did y'all effectuate the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And did you? So what at this point? What is important to your investigation?
So at this point, we knew Miss Parcell was killed with a sharp force object. So we're looking for any type of knife, screwdriver, anything of those means, clothing, book bag, a bicycle, things like that.
And did y'all search the house looking for those items?
Yes, sir, we did.
What about who was there, who was living there during the time of the murder?
Mr. Hughes was living at the residence. I assume the Winds.
Were they there on October 13th?
No.
How do you know that?
When we were able to access Mr. Hughes' cell phone, he was receiving pictures from the Winds while they were in Europe.
And did you talk to the Winds when y'all were executing the search warrant?
Investigator Sparkman and I did, yes.
Were they compliant?
Yes, sir.
In terms of looking for a bike, did y'all locate one?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as state's exhibits 119 through 125. I'm going to ask you to look at state's exhibits 119 through 125 and ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I recognize these photos.
I apologize. I'm going to backtrack 2 seconds. Forgot one of my exhibits. But I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibit. I need a number. We show you State Exhibit 132. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is a photo of Mr. Hughes' vehicle with the bike in the bed of the truck on the day of Ms. Parcell's murder. And then that is just a Google image of the Buncombe and Rutherford area where the camera is placed.
State moves 132 in evidence. No objection.
32 comes to evidence.
Now back to 210. Did y'all focus on the garage at some point?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 119. Is that the garage?
Yes, sir.
Are these in evidence? I'm not sure.
Oh.
He was getting ready to.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. All right.
So 119 through 125.
119 to 125.
Defense position.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We like a clean record.
I understand. Thank you. A lot of exhibits, it gets confusing.
Ton.
All right, I'll show you State's Exhibit 119. And you said that's the garage?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all enter inside the garage?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 120. And what'd you find inside?
We found several bicycles inside the garage.
Okay, were some bikes, well, explain the different bikes that you found inside.
So there's some bikes, as you can see, to the upper left of this vehicle that's, mounted on the wall. Several on the ground as well near that vehicle that were just dirty, dusty, look like they've just been sitting in a garage for a long period of time. They're not used regularly. And then to the right of that vehicle, you can see there's a bike sitting upside down on its handlebars and seat. That's a black bike that was very similar to the other two images we had. And it was pristine condition, perfectly clean.
All right, so I'm gonna show you State's Exhibits 121. What are the bikes on the left there, or in this little?
Those are just some of the other bikes, the dirtier bikes that we found in the garage.
Did those bikes look like they had been ridden?
No, sir. Some of them had cobwebs on them.
All right, and I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 123.
Yes, sir. That is the black bike that I mentioned earlier that was sitting upside down and was just very, very clean.
When you say very, very clean, what do you mean?
So compared to everything else in this garage, it's just a dirty, dusty garage. Things sit there and collect dust and dirt. And this bike looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor.
No.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 133. You recognize this?
Mhm.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
This is the bike that was seized from the garage at 200 Tyndall.
Statement is 133 in evidence. No objection.
Objection, 133 comes in.
Now, did you do any comparison with this bike and the other photos?
Yes, sir.
And what did you conclude?
There's a lot of similarities, such as the frame of the bike, the shape of the handlebars, the placement of the brakes.
And you compared it to the photos from the ring cameras?
Yes, sir.
All right. So once y'all concluded the search of 200 Tyndall, what did you do next?
The Ford Ranger was taken back to the crime scene unit's office, so I responded there while a forensic technician processed the vehicle.
And then once you concluded that search warrant, were you able to locate another location that may be important in this case?
Yes, sir.
Tell us
So,
Drew about that.
through phone location, we located a residence on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta that was also owned by Jeanette Lynn.
And did y'all in fact go up to Indian Flats Trail?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did y'all get a search warrant for that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get that search warrant?
It was in April of 2023.
Why did it take so long?
The location data from his cell phone, we did not have his password, so the initial downloads were only partials. So
when you obtained information that Zach Hughes might have been at that location, you obtained a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
So where is Indian Flats?
It's in the northern area of Greenville County.
And so how long do you think drive-wise would it take to get there?
About an hour.
All right. So when did you go up there to serve a search warrant?
It was in April of 23, I believe April 14th, but I could be wrong on that date.
And who went with you?
Most of the homicide unit.
Most of the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
And what were you looking for?
So at this point, we still had not recovered a murder weapon or clothing that Mr. Hughes or the suspect was wearing at the time of the murder.
I have numbers on these. All right, Master Deputy Wolf, I'm going to show you 130, States Exhibits 134 through 139. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do. These are photos of the Windsor residence on Indian Flat Trail.
Your state moves 134 through 139.
No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 134. What is that?
That is the front of their residence there. And then on the tree on the right side, you can see a trail or deer camera.
Is that what you're referring to right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as location or seclusion related to this house, where would you compare this house?
Oh, this is in the middle of the woods on a mountain. You could walk around naked and there's nobody to see you.
So there's no neighbors near you?
No,
Nobody?
nobody.
My type of
Did y'all
house.
walk all around this house and
Yes, sir.
look at different locations? I'm going to show you States Exhibit 137. What is that?
That's a fire pit or burn pit there on the property.
I guess what you can do there is burn things.
Yes, sir.
Oh, really? No shit,
And then-
Captain Obvious.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 139.
That is just one of the closets that was full of cleaning materials.
Now, did y'all search the entire house
Yes, sir, we did.
and the surrounding areas?
Yes, sir.
How deep did y'all go into the woods?
Pretty good bit.
Did y'all ever locate anything?
No, sir.
What about that trail camera?
That was seized under the search warrant, and then I obtained another search warrant for the SD card contained within it.
So what is a trail camera? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Most people just use them to take pictures of animals. Some people that hunt put them up in the woods to see, what's in that area. Most of them are motion activated.
Did you seize that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with it after you seized it?
I took it back to our office.
And were you able to look at any photos on the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
So the camera contained an SD card. I got a separate search warrant to remove the photos or search the SD card. After that, you just plug that SD card into any SD card reader and all the pictures are there.
And were you able to look at any photos on this trail camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 140.
Did you find Bigfoot?
As you can recognize it.
Yes, sir. This is the trail camera we seized from that tree on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
State Exhibit 140.
No objection.
No objection.
And you were able to locate some photos on that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What were those photos of?
Zachary Hughes.
Was he naked and running around?
I'm going to show you state's exhibits 141 through 145. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, these are the photos from the decam.
Yes, sir. These are photos of Mr. Hughes that were recovered from that trail camera.
State moves 141
Was
through
he making
145.
sacrificial offerings to certain gods?
No objection.
Covered himself in blood? Had a deer horn hat on?
So we show you state's exhibit 145. What is that?
That's a photo of Mr. Hughes.
All right, what is the date of that photo?
October 11th,
About what time?
a little after 10 a.m.
Was that 2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Anything significant on here?
Yes, sir. The hoodie or jacket that he is wearing is significant.
Why is that?
So you can see the outside is black. We have the individual on the bicycle riding away on a black hoodie, but you can also tell the top being folded out. The inside is a grayish color. The person who entered her house was wearing a gray jacket.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 105. Is this the photo that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this what is this photo?
It's a photo of a person entering her house shortly before she was killed.
And what color is the sweatshirt?
Gray.
Gray or black?
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 141. What kind of haircut does Mr. Hughes have at that time?
I don't know what you would call it. It's
My
shaved on the
fault.
side. With, looks like a long ponytail in the back.
And what arm, what left or right arm is he carrying something?
Left.
And then state's exhibits 142. Is that
Another picture of Mr. Hughes.
and again, this is on what day?
The same day, October 11th.
And then finally, state's exhibit 144.
So zoomed in picture of Mr. Hughes on the same day.
So that would be what Mr. Hughes looked like on October 11th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be the most boring part of the trial.
Just a couple more questions, Master Deputy.
He'd be some
Approximately how
evidence.
far from that mountain house to the Canebrake location would it take to drive?
I believe a little over an hour.
So how many flock photos did you locate of Zach Hughes's car when you did the search?
55.
Right. And of all those photos, how many did you find his car with a bike in the back?
Just one.
And what date was that?
October 13th of 2021.
Thank you. Answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
You testified that one of the reasons why you thought that the other bikes in the Wynn garage had not been ridden was you saw cobwebs on them, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any cobwebs on this bike. Have you been riding this bike?
No.
Did you ride this bike over from the Peony?
No, sir.
Okay. You talked about cleaning supplies. Do you live in a house or an apartment? Do you have cleaning supplies in your house?
Yes, sir.
Do you have them in a closet?
In the closet under sinks.
You talked about, based on your investigation, you realized that John Mello was in Italy. Is it true he was in Italy and with Aida from October of 2020 until April of 2021? Isn't that true?
And to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
You said a word I want to make sure I understand. You said that you could be at the Wynn Mountain House and you could be what and nobody could see you?
You could walk around there.
Okay. Talked about. Can I see your Let me show you State's Exhibit 144. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, is it true in 144, that picture shows a person who's clean shaven?
It's hard to tell. There's a bit of a shadow in the neck.
Can you see a beard on that man?
No.
Okay. When you went to 200 Tyndall to execute that search warrant, did you go by yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. There were numerous police officers on scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
And some of those police officers were armed, is that right?
The police officers, everyone's on.
And you talked about how the winds complied that day, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, my client, Mr. Hughes, complied, didn't he, that day?
Yes, sir. Good.
So you testified in 2021, you were working in homicide, is that correct?
I was up there for a brief period of time to assist them.
And you said you're back on the road now in Bravo Platoon?
Yes, sir.
Are you a supervisor in Bravo Platoon?
I'm a master deputy. I have several deputy twos that work under me as supervisor. Yes.
Okay. And is there a sergeant over that platoon as well?
There is.
So how long, so I need to be clear, were you ever assigned to homicide?
Yes.
How long were you there?
3 years.
And now you're back on the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You heard, were you in the courtroom when Deputy Riley Stokes testified?
Yes, sir.
And you heard his testimony about the videos that were obtained from residences in Canterbury, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, and I want to say it's 8:45 or 9 o'clock, something like that. Well, let me ask this. Do you recall when he said the first video was that was significant? The first time you saw any vehicle tracker in him?
I remember him talking about that. I don't remember the time frame of that video.
Isn't it true, though, that one second.
Any redirect?
What was the date of that photo that he showed you regarding the beard that Mr. Mormon showed you?
October 11th of 2021.
2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And, just to recross. You just testified on my cross-examination that you did not see a beard in that photo. Is that correct?
You can just see a shadow on his face. That's
Yeah,
it.
this is my question to you. Did you not just testify that you couldn't see a beard in that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Any reread? Correct.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Next witness.
State will recall Kaylin Ford.
Oh. Right, onion. Just finished off yesterday's Greek salad. All I can hear is me crunching in my hair the onions.
Ma'am, you're still on road.
Oh, where's Uda here? On his back.
Ms. Ford, hello again.
Hello.
We've gone through your background for the jury, but were you still involved in this case at the time that the home on Tyndall was being processed by law enforcement?
Yes.
So when you were involved, were you doing essentially the same procedure, same duties as you were at the Canebrake home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you tasked of going through the Tyndall home and taking photographs of that home?
I was.
Were you able to identify the rooms of the house?
Yes.
Were you able to identify which room was the defendant's room?
Yes.
How?
The homeowner stated it, and he had personal belongings in that room that were observed as well.
Okay. If I showed you pictures that you took in that room, would you recognize them?
Yes.
One 126 through 131.
Yes, I took these photographs.
All right. This time the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 126 through 131.
No objection.
No objection, 126 to 131. No.
I'm just going to go through these with you up here. What is 126?
So this is a photograph of a shoebox that had been located inside of his bedroom that contained multiple knives and sheets.
Ooh.
127?
It's a photograph from his bedroom. There was a storage bin that had the name Zach on the top.
How is that spelled, Zach?
ZACK.
$129.
This photograph shows a backpack and a pair of gloves, along with other miscellaneous items in the bedroom.
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the processing of the bicycle that was recovered at the Tyndall address?
Yes.
And
Oh.
how specifically were you involved in the processing of that bicycle?
Once the bicycle was located in the garage, I photographed it. I then sprayed the bicycle with Blue Star and took swab.
Oh dear. It does look magical, I must say. It looks beautiful, but you poor bugger. It looks fucking cold. Let me see if I can yeah. I got my results today. Oh, wrong one. There you go. And I zoom in. This is Teresia's. And that's her son's house to the right on the other side of the lake. It's got a lake frontage now. That means that the price of your house has doubled. Wow. And all that's got to melt still. Wow. It does look very pretty, though. Oh, dear. Oh. What is it here? It's 59 right now. And it's going to be, oh, excuse me. How did I just go? Oh, it's going to be 71 today, 89 tomorrow, 98 on Saturday, and 82 on Sunday. Yeah. You still don't, oh, what is it, underwater? So is that just supposed to be like a creek or just a divot in the land, or Jesus, what from? What, from drownings or? Or people just not being cautious enough? It's terrible. Terrible. Oh, God. Not good, sweetheart. You make sure you stay safe. Oh. And yes, you are right. I am a bit distracted, sorry. I did get my results today from my specialist. And it wasn't what they thought it was, but it may as well have been, pretty much. So I have to go and have an urgent neurosurgical review. Sorry, review from a neurosurgeon at one of the big hospitals here, to see if there's anything that they might be able to do. Sweetheart, I know. Oh, so it lit up like a Christmas tree, did it? Oh, this takes forever. Awesome. Let's go. Next one. Oh. Mm. Come on already. Fuck. Oh, great. Ropes, toolbox, and a fuel. Gloves. Don't know, sweetheart. Socks. Gloves. Six. Oh my lord. It's 2.5. Ew. That costs a lot of money though. Toolboxes, especially out of checker plate. Yay. Break. And there we go. He's got a big forehead, doesn't he? I like her glasses. Yeah. Hey, she's a guardian ad litem. Sounds like a control freak. Oh shit! Oh, I'm sorry. Why didn't you tell me? Oh my god, I've been sitting here watching the trial. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Right. That one would probably help, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. Well, you haven't missed anything, let me tell you. This is the guardian ad litem for the daughter of the victim and Mr. Mello. So Aida, I think. Yeah, and she's just saying that when she came on board as the guardian ad litem, he was overseas with the daughter, and he was trying to, like, they would only communicate through email, and he wouldn't facilitate a phone call, and the only way he would is if he scripted her the questions, and she wasn't comfortable doing that. She didn't want to put the child in that, so she waited until she got home. Oh, good. No, nothing going on here. Nothing to see. Move along. Did you think I was just sitting here, like, doing nothing? when you left, and I'm not sure if you saw it, but I put up Teresa sent me a picture of her, her backyard with the snow and the flooding, and I put it up on the screen, and then where you had a bit of a chat about it, and then I went back and started playing the trial, and I've been sitting here just till now, and Teresa's like, what's happening? I can't hear or see anything but her backyard. I haven't switched back. Yep. Can't believe you actually just sat there for 10 minutes to watch me. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Totally professional here. Totally. Nothing like
Mr.
that.
Mello
Never-
regularly
never happened.
emailed me, and he was a very difficult litigant to manage.
So speaking to this particular dispute, was this the first time, but let me back up. Was it your role upon being appointed guardian ad litem to investigate a little bit into the history between the custody dynamic?
Yes, typically I'll speak to the prior guardian ad litem if there was an older case. In this case, sadly, the parents had been fighting since Aida was 3. So there were several cases, Greenville County and Pickens, and I was able to talk to the prior guardian ad litem and increasingly grew concerned about Mr. Mello.
So you said you communicated with Mr. Mello through email. Was that primarily the method of communication, or like the only method of communication?
It was the only method of communication except one phone call I had with him.
So over the course of your role as guardian ad litem,
Yeah.
approximately how many emails did you exchange with Mr.
It's not that exciting.
I don't even know if I could count them. I know when we printed them for the family court trial, I think it was 3 or 4 reams of paper.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten,
Wow.
intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered as a guardian, and so they continued to escalate.
We
And
haven't met him yet, have we?
I was pretty concerned.
So not getting into the specifics of maybe some of the things that he messaged you, but what kind of, when you say threats and harassment, what kinds of things was he conveying to you?
He would tell me that I always needed to be looking over my shoulder, that he was coming after my license, that I was going to get arrested for criminal charges or civil charges, that I was definitely going to jail. He mentioned my children to me by name with specific information about them at one visitation I had with him. He put terrible things on the internet about me, including my office address and phone number. He actually included my husband in his posts. He said awful things, that we were trafficking children, Ukrainian children through Spartanburg. That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit. And at one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address and my phone number right there. So he was definitely fired up.
Yeah.
And once you assumed this role,
Oh,
and
yay.
this,
Well, me either.
line of communication began, did you receive similar types of emails from, let's say, third parties?
Yes, I would start receiving emails early on, not just from Mr. Mello, but from other people on his behalf, multiple different, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator, allegedly, one was a saint, one was, they were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses with very similar threats and characterizations of me and the litigation. And they would definitely be arguing on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Would you attempt to follow up with these individuals when they reach out to you?
Yes, I would typically try and return an email, try and find out who the sender was, try and verify if they were real. We had suspicions that many of them were Mr. Mello himself because of the way the emails were worded. He used a lot of the same phrasing. He writes in a very unusual manner using capitals at different times and has absolutely terrible spelling. So we could see a lot of similarities in these third-party emails, which caused us to believe they were likely him. And then, like, for instance, if an attorney emailed me and I couldn't find that attorney anywhere, or a private investigator emailed me and I never could find that private investigator, I really was left with the only conclusion that it was likely Mr. Mello.
So going into October, or let me back up a little bit. So as this developed, with you in the role as guardian ad litem, what findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello would go to get custody back of Ida?
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and he was consistently doing it, these hundreds and hundreds of emails. Sometimes he was represented by attorneys, sometimes he was not. And this was the worst case I've ever worked on as far as representing a child's interest, but at the same time, having a parent act like that. It came to the point, even early on, I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court as the child's guardian, asking for a psychological evaluation of him and asking that the mother be allowed to end phone calls if the child was uncomfortable.
While you were guarding ad litem, did you ever receive some, let's just say, suspect envelopes in the mail?
Yes,
If I showed you that envelope, would you recognize it?
yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 158. Is that the envelope or a envelope you received?
Yes, this is addressed to me at my office on Washington Street. It is dated July 8th of 2021, and it came from Knoxville, Tennessee. Per the mail carrier, the return address references a P.O. box here in Greenville, which we later learned belonged to Brad Post.
You said Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Did you see the date that it was postmarked?
July, and I think it was 2021.
July 8th, sound right?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Not getting into the specifics, and I realize it's unpleasant, but generally, what were the contents of this envelope?
They involved pictures of Christina Parcell in various states of undress. One included a male anatomy body part in one of the pictures. They were basically pornographic in nature.
What did you do after receiving this envelope?
I called law enforcement.
Okay. Did you submit it to them, to your knowledge?
I did.
Sorry,
Okay.
I just
Is that the only envelope?
posted in the chat.
When did you
Discord.
receive another?
I think it was about a month later. We received another envelope from Knoxville, Tennessee, with the
That's
same
funny.
PO box return address. So this time, we actually just called law enforcement to come get the envelope rather than opening it.
And in the context of what you testified to, would sending something like this be in line with John Mello's actions in the custody dispute?
Yes, this would be in line with also what he emailed, how he conducted himself. He was determined to discredit and disparage and ruin the reputation and character of the mother. He was in a custody battle, so he was determined for her to be thought of in a certain light and hopefully be determined to be unfit.
So at the time you received these, let's say in July and August of 2021, what is the posture of the custody dispute?
We were just moving right along. I think I'd had the motion for him to have a psychological evaluation. The mother had custody at that time. Of course, even though I had reason to be concerned about Mr. Mello and how he conducted himself, I also had a duty to investigate the allegations he was making against the mother. And I did that to the best of my ability. I've never done this before, but I actually hired a private investigator to look into things for me. I tried to find out if there was anything true about the allegations he was making, because this little girl was in that woman's home. And her interests were my duty. So I tried my best to interview people, research, work with the private investigator, and that my duty is ongoing and through the end of the trial. So that's what I had to do. Of course, I talked to the mother about the pictures and determined they were very old and in a consensual setting. So I did look into these things. I didn't just write them off because he was, so unstable.
You mentioned accusations that John Mello would make. Would he accuse Ms. Parcell of using drugs?
He did. That was a large part of his concern about her. So at least as guardians, we can investigate that fairly easily. We asked her to take I think even more drug screens to see if she was actually using drugs. And since she was living with her sister at the time, we asked her to be drug screened. They were in the same home with the child. I think at one point the child was even drug tested in a corresponding case. So we did investigate that. We found no evidence of any drug use in the testing. And the private investigator also did not see any type of dealing in and out of the home.
Had you been asked to make the recommendation, would you have recommended Ida to stay with Christina Parcell?
Yes. So in family court, we're actually not allowed to make recommendations to the court unless we're asked by a judge. And I know you just asked me, but yes, my position was in visiting her in school and talking to her teacher. She was thriving here. She was doing so well in her mother's custody, living with her aunt. They had Taco Tuesdays, and anyway, she loved sushi and avocado, and she was just living a very full life. When I visited, she was riding bikes with the neighbor kids, making friendships, and doing so well. So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder.
So at the time of the murder, would John Mello have been aware of any reports or recommendations that would have been negatively oriented towards him?
He would definitely have been aware of my motion to have him psychologically evaluated. He would be aware of my concerns about him through our hundreds, if not thousands, of emails back and forth. I don't hold back when I'm the guardian. So if he's making allegations and I'm asking him, please substantiate these. If you're going to accuse the mother of this, please give me substantiation and I will investigate this. If he says neighbors are watching something, please give me the neighbors' names. I have the ability as guardian to bring a motion before the court to have her removed if the court has substantiation of the concerns. And he would just play games and tell me he couldn't give me the names of the witnesses he knew about because he needed to save them when he sued me in civil litigation. And so he was very aware that I was not a fan of how he conducted himself. If you're worried about a child enough to make substantial allegations, and this guardian is appointed only for her interests, please work with me. Even if we had differences, set them aside, help me help your child. And he was definitely not cooperative.
So before the murder on October 13th, 2021, when was the last time that Mr. Mello saw Ida?
Prior to the murder? He would have seen her last in Italy when Christina, the mother, flew over to get her per the Hague order and fly her home. So I think he had seen her there in Italy. To my knowledge, he had not returned to our country until after the murder.
So that would have been April 2021?
Yes.
Is there any significance in the time span from April to October of 2021 with regard to the custody dispute and the positioning of parties?
Well, in family court, we really look at how often you see your child. Are you supporting your child financially? And we have a mechanism in family court statutory that says if you don't visit your child willfully for 6 months, and if you don't pay child support for your child for a period of 6 months, your rights can actually be terminated if the court determines that's in the child's best interests. So a lot of parents are pretty sensitive to the 6-month mark.
In October was that 6-month mark?
That would be right.
Oh.
Do you know who the defendant is?
I'm familiar with his face, yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person.
Let's say prior to October 13th of 2021, did you know who he was?
So when you're a guardian ad litem, both parents give you lists of character witnesses they would like you to interview in relation to their case. And so the first time I saw Mr. Hughes' name would have been May of 2021. And I received that through Mr. Mello's attorney at the time, as he was on a list of character witnesses for me to interview on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation? I'm speaking of Mr. Hughes. Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation after the murder?
After the murder, I'm not sure of.
Okay.
Before the murder, he prepared an affidavit
Okay.
To support Mr. Mello regaining custody of his daughter. And he also worked with local attorneys, helping Mr. Mello procure representation and in that line.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 164. Showing you State's Exhibit 164.
Yes, this is the affidavit he prepared for court. He prepared it in September of 2021, September 21st, which we thought was unusual because there was nothing pending at that particular time. And then in October after the murder, we were in court for a hearing about where Aida would live after her mom was murdered. And this affidavit was used in that motion.
Your Honor, this time, the state will move into evidence, State's Exhibit 164.
No objection. Site 64 comes in. Thank you, Judge.
So I want to clarify this timeline here. So in September of 2021, what purpose would this affidavit have in the custody dispute? Or was there a place for this affidavit in the custody dispute to be needed?
Okay, so in family court, trials involve live testimony like today. Hearings involve affidavits, which are just sworn statements, that are notarized. So we prepare them in relation to motions that we file. To my knowledge, there was no motion pending at the time that affidavit was prepared.
And this was filed October 22nd of 2021.
Right. And at that time, of course, after the murder, we all kind of filed what we could because you have a mother who's been murdered, a child who doesn't have her mom, and her dad's in Italy. And so her placement in custody was in question.
So it's only 9 days after the murder that this was filed.
Correct. And we were back in court dealing with Aida's placement at that time.
I want to go back briefly. Speaking of these emails you received from third parties, what were some of those parties or those individuals, purported individuals that you could recall?
There was an attorney named Sophia Carlucci. There was an investigator. The email said Mullins Investigations. There was a saint. I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. It was a saint somebody. There was a guy who wrote me as a biker dude with a particular experience he wanted to share with me. And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case, and that's not acceptable.
So specifically, you said Mullen Investigations. You received emails from this entity? Did you try to identify who that was?
Sure. I searched on the internet, tried to find any investigations, any investigator named Mullins, company named Mullins Investigations.
Any success there?
I could not find them.
Was Sophia Carlucci one of these individuals that reached out to you?
Yes, she was very involved with helping Mr. Mello.
And on looking at these emails that you received specifically from Sophia Carlucci, did you notice anything peculiar about any of those emails that help identify who might have sent them?
Sure. As attorneys, we kind of have a bad rap, but we try to actually be civil toward one another for the most part. She was not civil in any way. She's never met me. She's writing these hateful communications, very insulting, very similar to Mr. Mello's tone. And a lot of times some of the phraseology would be identical to how Mr. Mello would address me and email me. I tried, and sometimes I would try to see if the sheriff's office could help with tracking the emails, but if they were from proton.com or there were other ways we could never really seem to trace them. And I'm not really good at that. Computer forensic stuff, but I could never find the source of the emails. But my suspicion was a lot of them seemed to talk a lot like Mr. Mello.
Did you ever mistakenly send one from one of those, send an email? From
Yes, there was an email one time from Sophia Carlucci, from John, I think, in Sophia Carlucci's email. So it's like he was emailing me, but he used Sophia Carlucci's name and information.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Cross-exam. Sure.
What are they doing now? Right. L, L, L. Oh, I over-L'd. Did I? No? L. Hello, bigger, magnifico. Oh. I'm just a little L showing a fire extinguisher. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. Oh, show me that seal now. Okay. I do believe that's. Oh, now we got a teensy little bit more. Right at the end here. Galileo. Come on. Unseal the seal. Don't seal the deal.
You testified, I believe that as part of your job as a guardian ad litem was to familiarize yourself with the course of litigation and prior cases. Is that correct?
Good morning. You missed your girlfriend. She was on earlier.
Isn't it true that, based on your review of the history of the case, the litigation, there had been at least 3 prior cases? Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
And isn't it true that in each of the cases, Christina Parcell agreed to give John Mello custody? Isn't that true?
That's my understanding.
You were asked a little bit about John Mello and Ida being in Italy. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as part of your duties as the guardian ad litem during this period, was it your obligation to familiarize yourself just a little bit with what was going on with the litigation in Italy?
With the hate convention?
And just in general terms, what the status was of the litigation, what the outcome was?
Yes, I was following that. Yes.
Based on your interaction with Christina during this period, what was your understanding as to who was financing the litigation in Italy?
I'm not sure. I know her sister was helping. I think she bought the plane tickets. I don't think she had an attorney. I think she was self-representing or whatever you do with the hate convention. But
did you also think it was possible that Mr. Post was financing the litigation?
Maybe part of the family court litigation, maybe. But as far as being in Italy and that part, he may have paid for bodyguards while she was
don't
there.
get my responses. I sent you a few things, but I've got a clip for you that you need to watch, and I can't send it on Discord. It's too big. So I need your email address. If you want to DM me it, that'd be good.
I think I heard something about that, but I don't know
Yes,
for sure.
yes.
I don't want to misspeak.
Understand. But you think he was helping finance litigation?
Possibly. I've definitely heard that.
I don't have anything else. We would ask Ms. Formo for maybe under subpoena to be there.
Okay. Any redirect?
Nothing from the state.
Okay.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Quick witness.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you again. Sometimes I have to ask you to step out just because I have certain matters that I need to take up with the attorneys. And if you weren't here, I would just, or if you were in here, I would not be able to get into all those details. And I just, again, want to thank you. I told you I sound like a broken record, but again, I just can't.
Yeah, it's only been the last couple of hours. But yeah, I've got this clip that I need to send you, and I can't do it. It's too big. It won't send via a DM anyway. Right, day 3. My nose is all blocked for some reason.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
It's one of the envelopes I received from Brad Post and Christina.
All jury indicated debate times.
I was contacted.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah. Did you actually watch the hearing? Did you watch it, the whole hearing yourself, like from start to finish? Because I didn't. Hank Brennan actually gets back up before Judge Canoni and admits that it wasn't the feds that gave him the information, it was the defense. So they had turned it over as part of discovery. No, you just got to watch it. And it's actually got the testimony of the ARCA guy in the first trial, and what was said in the emails is exactly what was on the stand, and so it's not prejudicial in any way whatsoever. And it was handed over. It was just a late discovery.
I hope you got it.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Bevel,
Mr. Bevel, what's your rank?
investigator.
Investigator?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Bevel, where are you employed?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm an investigator, and basically my role is I assist other investigators in interviewing anybody with their cases. That could be witnesses, suspects, just to help further their cases.
Have you had any other prior duties with the Greenville County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
What are those?
Everything from patrol to crimes against children investigations.
So, did you ever become?
No, they weren't telling them what to say. They weren't telling them what to say. They were basically asking what the procedure was, basically. And they asked one question that was, how many times have you testified as an expert in trial? And the other one was, is there any, I think the ARCA guy said something about there being a correlation between fatalities in pedestrian vehicle fatalities in the nighttime compared to the daytime. And well, that's pretty damn obvious anyway. So, but those questions were actually asked in the testimony of in the first trial, exactly, and it wasn't prejudicial in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, Hank Brennan does actually get back up and speak to Judge Canoni and say that he was mistaken, that it was the defense had actually turned it over to him. It was just like, that's all.
With Christina Parcell and Brad Post.
I did.
Do you remember about when that occurred?
The clip that I've got, it actually takes you back and shows you the testimony and compare it to what the questions were. And I've even sent you the link to, it's an Excel spreadsheet, and it's got every document from the whole trial for Karen Reid. Everything, the whole lot. So you can have a look at the motion and everything. It's all there.
Originally, I believe it was 2018.
Okay. What about in 2020?
She's a drama queen, but she went off in a huff to start with, and there was no need for her to reschedule for a week. They could have argued it then and there. It's not a big deal. She's just a fucking drama queen.
And where did y'all meet?
In my office.
And how did that meeting occur?
I was contacted by Christina Parcell, and she had informed me that she had been receiving some letters in the mail, and she wanted to report them to law enforcement.
And did you schedule a meeting with them?
I did.
And where was that meeting located?
In my office.
And who all attended that meeting?
Yeah.
It was myself.
If there was going to be sanctions, I think that was what was suggested by Hank Brennan. That's what he wanted. But it's just, yeah, they try and attack the dog bite victim on her credentials and experience, and they obviously can't attack the ARCA people on their experience and credentials because they're immaculate, and so he tries something else. And I honestly think he thought he had a smoking gun, and he didn't.
Christina Parcell, Brad Post, and investigator from the Postal Service.
And what was his name?
Mike Nichols, I believe.
And so y'all had that meeting. What was the purpose of that meeting?
It was basically just to receive the complaint, just find out whatever information they had.
Yeah, I know it was more than
They
one.
had previously informed me that they had already gotten envelopes at their house as well as neighboring houses, and they wanted to hand them over to us for investigations.
And so, did they bring you a number of envelopes?
They did.
And did you look at the inside of those envelopes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of looking at all these envelopes and looking at the inside?
I looked at the ones that were open, and they mainly wanted to show me what was inside, investigate the contents of them.
And so specifically, what was their complaint?
Due to the content of the envelopes, they believed it was a harassment situation, and they wanted to report that.
And so did you, in fact, review those contents of that, of all those photos that they brought to you?
I did.
And did you investigate as to who might have sent these photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1. And actually, identify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
It's one of the envelopes I received from Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
Your state moves Exhibit 1 into evidence?
No objection. No objection, Exhibit 1.
Is this the envelope that you received?
It is.
All right, whose name is on there?
Brad Post.
All right, and did you ever determine whose PO box that is?
It's Brad Post PO Box.
All right, and up here, is there a date? Can you read the date?
Wednesday, June 30th, 2021.
And what does it say above that?
Greenville, I believe it's PNDC 296.
Now, did you look inside the contents of this envelope?
If it was opened, I did. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what states is marked as 1C. Ask you to recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is that?
It's one of the pages that was in the envelope.
Your Honor, state moves 1C into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
No objection. 1C comes into evidence.
All right, let's take a look at States Exhibit 1C. Now, what did your investigation reveal as far as what this particular photo was?
It appears to be a screenshot of an escort site.
And can you describe what's on there? Whose name is on there? Websites?
It appears to be an advertisement for the name Caroline Warren.
That right there?
Correct. And the part that's kind of squared right here is a URL for belladonna DiGiorno.escort-site.com.
All right. And then what about the words above that?
It's basically an advertisement for an escort. It says, "Okay, Georgia boys, I'll be concluding a quick Alabama tour and was considering spending a day in Hotlanta. Question is, are you men ready for me? I have very limited availability at an upscale in-call location, so get in touch with me soon so we don't miss out on each other."
And so your experience as an investigator, what is that asking to do?
It's an advertisement for an escort, or just more specifically prostitution advertisement.
And more specifically, I'm going to refer you to this area right here. I'm going to move this up a little bit. You can see kind of an arrow.
You can twist the
Yes, sir.
narrative any way you like.
There. Did you take particular notice of that?
I did.
And so just what is that?
It appears to be drawing my attention to the website URL and then an arrow pointing down to something else.
Down towards the page?
Correct.
Could it be considered like that particular URL move down?
Correct.
All right. Now I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1A and 1B for identification purposes only. I'm going to show you first 1A. You'll tell the jury what's on there and specifically about that URL.
It's a black and white image of Christina Parcell nude. And there is the same website URL, that Bella Donna Giorno website down at the bottom.
Someone take this down.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit.
I've got some
1B.
photos I gotta send. Mama needs to make some money.
It's another black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude,
here's
with
your
that same
first
website down at the bottom.
Is there any distinguishing factors between the two websites, the two URLs that are located?
Can I see the other one?
Yes. So I'm letting you compare 1A and 1B.
The words are the same. The URL is spelled out exactly the same, but the font, the size, the alignment is all different.
So keep going. All right. Do you remember approximately how many photos or envelopes that were handed to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
It was less than 10, I believe.
6 or 7?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's another envelope given to me by Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
State moves Exhibit 2 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2. Please tell the jury what's on there.
We have a PO box at the top left, Bradley Post name and his address.
Yeah,
right here.
yeah. Come on, get on with it.
Correct. It is
Just
a.
put it in envelopes.
What is that URL at the bottom?
It's that same URL, the Belladonna Dijon.
Uh-huh.
And the URLs.
Back another nude image of Christina Parcell.
3 photos.
Or the type of font is different, the size, they're all different.
Moving along, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 158.
Addressed to Vanessa Cormillo at 1314 East Washington Street, Greenville, 296 from earlier.
What is that?
It's the escort advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And what is the website down here?
Belladonna Digiorno escort-site.com.
Now, is Christina Parcell's name on any of this?
No.
Now I'm going to show you 3 photos, 158B,
There was someone
158C,
sending her nudes around town.
158D. We'll kind of do the same thing. I'll let you look at them, you can describe them, and the URLs as well. You refer to them by number.
Yes, sir. 158B is, just so you guys know, these are the same images that I previously described. Color images of 158B is color image of Christina Parcell laid back on the bed, partially nude, with the previously mentioned website down at the bottom. 158C is another color image.
Is he testifying today or was that yesterday? Do you know? It's bizarre. It's really freaking me out. Like I get lost. Yeah. I think I saw a clip of that. But yeah, I think he's supposed to be testifying today, isn't he?
Of Christina Parcell nude with the URL down at the bottom.
Mellow bloke sounds like an
158D is
absolute arse.
color image of Christina Parcell and the male anatomy on it.
Anything about the URLs?
Once again, different size, different font, different alignments.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6.
It's another envelope addressed to 22 Rivoli Lane.
This is one envelope that was given to you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 6 and evidence. No objection.
Number 6.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6. Is that the envelope?
It is. And return address is Brad, I'm assuming it's post that's covered up. It's got his address, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Bottom address is 22 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615, with the postage mark of Greenville, P and DC 296 for Saturday, 17 July 2021.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 6G, 6H, and 6I. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6I?
I do.
What is that?
It is a piece of paper that states, please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren, paramour of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
And 6H.
Is a black and white image of the escort advertisement.
And 6G.
It is a longer list of addresses with only the first one crossed out and X'd off.
Your Honor, State moves 6I, 6H, and 6G. Is evidence?
No objection.
Objection.
All right. So is this the letter
It is.
that you found? And that's the one referring to Christina Parcell?
Yes.
Now, is this just printed on a white piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Could you type this up and print it out if you wanted to right now?
Yes, sir.
And how would you do that?
So very easily with Microsoft Word, Notepad, any type of computer program.
And then 6G.
This is the longer list of addresses with, as you notice, only the first one's crossed off and X'd.
And what do you think the purpose of having that X and crossed off mean?
To me, I take that as these packets, one of these packets has already been sent to that address, and all these other addresses can expect the same packets.
Is that part of the intimidation or harassment?
I would absolutely take it that way.
All right. And I'm going to show you states 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, and F. So 6A through F. We'll do the same things we did before.
Sounds like bra
Gotta
sizes.
go through them and just briefly explain to the jury what's in there and focus on those URLs.
Yes, sir. 6A, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the website URL down at the escort website down at the bottom. 6B
they're
is a
saying
black and
that
white
John Mello
image
sent
of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website down at the bottom.
And that's the Belladonna.
Belladonna DiGiorno.escort-site.com. Just for future reference, when I refer to the website URL, it's all typed out the exact same, just different sizes, different fonts, different alignments. 6C is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. 6D is a black and white image of Christina Parcell, kind of on all fours, looking back towards the camera. Website URL down at the bottom.
F, I
6E
think.
is another black and white image, nude image of Christina Parcell.
What's
with
the address? I'm gonna look it
website
up.
URL listed on there. 6F is another black
Belladonna.
and white image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And as far as those URLs, all different shapes and sizes.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5.
I want to know what the URL is. I want to look it up.
URL down at the bottom. 158D, the same previously mentioned website URL is down at the bottom. Oh, and then an arrow pointing down to something else.
down towards the page?
Correct.
Could it be considered like,
Wednesday, June 30th, 2021.
and what does it say above that?
Greenville, I believe it's P and DC 29.
And did you look at the inside of those envelopes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of looking at all these envelopes and looking at the inside?
I looked at the ones that I assist other investigators in interviewing them, and they mainly wanted to show me what was inside, investigate the content, and they wanted to
Investigate as to who might have sent these photos?
I did.
What's the URL?
No objection. No objection to one. All right. Thank you. So is this the envelope?
Wednesday, June.
Did you look inside the contents of these?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
It's one of the pages that was in the envelope.
Your Honor, State moves 1C into evidence.
Come on. I want the
Be
URL.
a screenshot of an escort site.
Ah, right.
And can you describe what's on there? Whose name is on there? Websites?
It appears to be an advertisement for the name Caroline Warren.
That right there?
Correct. And the part that's kind of squared right here is a URL for belladonna digiorno.escort-site.com.
Right. And then what about the words above that?
It's basically belladonna digiorno.escort-site.com.
And then what about the words above that?
URL for belladonna digiorno.escort-site.com.
And then what about the words above that?
It's basically an advertisement for an escort. It says, "Okay, Georgia boys, I'll be."
There. Belladonna.
You recognize Exhibit 5?
Yes, you are.
I do.
And is that one of the photos that Christina Parcell and Brad Post gave you?
One of the envelopes, yes, sir.
One of the envelopes?
Yes, sir.
Escort.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. Number 5 comes into evidence. Briefly, is that the envelope?
It is.
And who's it mailed to?
It is mailed to Mr. Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615.
And whose PO box is that?
So it can't be reached.
PO Box 27302.
Bugger.
And I'm going to show you State
Tried
Exhibit
to
5A and 5B. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is 5A?
5A is another list of addresses with several of them crossed out and X'd off to the side.
And 5B?
5B is a black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
Your Honor, State moves 5A and 5B in evidence.
No objection.
No objection. 5A. Tell the jury what that is.
It's the list of addresses, starting with Brad Post, his address going down. These appear to be neighbors of Brad Post. Like I said, the first 3 are crossed out, and down towards the bottom, you have Outman Cigars and Martini Bar, and that one's crossed out.
And again, what would be the purpose of including that in these?
To show that, I would take this to show that these envelopes have been mailed to the addresses that have been crossed out, and they're about to be sent off to the addresses that are not crossed out.
And show you State's Exhibit 5B.
Again, black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And I know it's hard to see. What is that URL down there?
The same URL, the belladonna.escort-site.com.
And who is this website? Who is the name associated with this escort site?
I'm sorry,
What is the name associated with this particular escort site?
the Caroline Warren one? Yes, sir.
Not Christina Parcell.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you, again, State's exhibits. 5C, D, E, F, G, and H, all for identification purposes only.
5C, black black and white image, Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5D, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort.
You would not believe this shit that's come up in
URL
this
at the bottom. 5E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours, looking over her shoulder with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5F.
One of them is they're all coming up with Australian ones for some reason. But you wouldn't believe how many escort services there are with the name Belladonna in them. One of them is in Townsville. It's called Aussie Squirt Star. There is absolutely nothing else out there. Nothing.
Black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy over it, and the escort website URL.
And then I'm going to show you for identification purposes for C, D, E.
Partially Christina Parcell on all fours. Look.
We get the drift.
Number state moves exhibits.
He says a lot. Okay, he was a stalker. He was a fucking
Yes, sir. And after
weirdo.
she told you who had possession and custody control of all those photos you just described, who did you immediately start investigating?
John Mello.
Now, in regards to those URLs on those photos, if you had possession of those photos on a phone or a computer, could you insert that URL into the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And how would somebody do that?
It's very simple to do. You can load a picture into something like Microsoft Word and literally just type it in at the bottom.
Okay.
And I'm
So
sure
it's a fake
Microsoft
URL.
allows you to put the location of that URL wherever you want.
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to change the font on those?
Yes, sir.
The size of the letters as well?
You can change it up however you'd like. Size, location, alignment, font, size, anything.
So it's a fake URL.
Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
I just typed the address into one of our computers in the office.
And what did you find?
The website no longer worked.
So you put belladongiorno.com, that's what it's like, and put it into your computer?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
It just redirected me to another escort website.
Were any of those photos on that escort site?
No, sir.
Was any pictures of Christina Parcell, any of those websites that you found?
No, sir.
So does Belladonna Giorno exist?
If it does, I'm not aware of it.
Or you don't know if it existed back then or not?
No, sir.
Can't tell.
No, sir.
All right, go answer any questions defense may have.
Yes, sir.
Please report.
Cross-examination.
So just to understand, the last thing you said is it's very possible that this website did exist. Is that right?
I typed it in, but it wasn't there. So
My question is it possible that it existed and then taken down? Is that possible?
possibly, yes, sir.
And you testified that the website that Mr. Wilkins referenced, that it was an escort website, is that right?
It appeared to be, yes, sir.
And you testified that based on your training and experience and your review of the website, it looked as though it was a platform for advertising prostitution. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And prostitution is illegal.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that oftentimes people engaged in illegal activities online use aliases? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that use aliases to try to avoid detection from law enforcement and make it harder for you to determine who's engaged in this illegal activity? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that the URL on the photographs was the same spellings as the URL on the escort website. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that the person who was new or partially new to those photographs was Christina Parcell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that that you had been in multiple different divisions within the sheriff's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you were in patrol.
Yes, sir.
When did you serve in the patrol unit?
From 2012 to 2017.
And then you mentioned ICAC. Is that right?
After that, I went to Crimes Against Children for 2 years, then ICAC for another 4 years.
What is ICAC?
It's Internet Crimes Against Children.
Right. So you started. When were you in the Crimes Against Children?
It's appropriately named.
From 2017 to 2019.
And then when were you in the ICAC unit?
From 2019 to 2023, I believe.
And you testified
Oh, that was lucky.
that Christina Parcell, or let me be clear about this, maybe you didn't. Did Christina Parcell contact you directly when she received these envelopes?
Yes, sir.
So she didn't call 911, she didn't call the emergency line with the sheriff's office, she called you directly, is that true?
What's
Correct.
911 going
And
to
you
do?
testified that she called you directly because you had met her and Brad Post earlier in 2018, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you meet them in your official capacity as a police officer or in your private capacity just as a citizen?
No, in my official capacity as a law enforcement officer.
Okay. Is it true, Investigator Bell, people post things online, take things down online all the time, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true, if you're like me, on occasion, you'll search a website that once existed and then it doesn't exist any longer, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
I've got nothing else, okay? Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
And, we just asked you to remain under subpoena instead of to recall.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, state calls Mike Nicholson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Nicholson, and that's Nichholson.
Your Honor, if you give me about 45 seconds to get these items back in order.
Hello, sweetheart. Hello. Hello. Ooh, hello. My little papa dog. Hey. Hello, gorgeous. Are you coming to tell Mummy to come to bed? Are you? Princess? Yes. Ooh.
Mr. Nicholson, with whom are you employed?
We had someone next door doing renovations, and little princess here come running to Mummy. She hasn't left my side since they had the the circular saws and everything going. Little scaredy cat.
Was employed as a United States Postal Inspector. I retired in September of 2023.
And how long were you a United States Postal?
I was employed with them from October of 2002, as I said, till September of 2023. Various assignments, locations. I started in Columbus, Ohio.
It's so funny.
I came to Greenville
So-
in 2000.
As the foot of my bed has like a big chest of drawers, sort of like a bed end. And then there's the window that looks out to the garden, and then that fence line is next door where they were doing the renovations. And my bed is one of those electric ones that adjusts so that you can have, your head elevated or your feet elevated. So it's like two single electric controlled beds together to make a queen size bed, so to speak. So each side can have, not there's only cats on one side, occasionally a girlfriend. That's it. But yeah, so I often sleep in like a V-shaped position to take the pressure off my spine, where the discs are bulging at the base. So I've got my feet elevated, that gets rid of some of the fluid, and I sort of sit up a little bit as well. So that's one of the most comfortable positions for me. And then I've got my remote controls and my drink on one side, and I'm set up with the cats and TV, big screen. And yeah, she come running in, and she's like right beside me, and she's looking around, and she's, ooh, and then she goes to the edge of the bed, and she's trying to peer over the bed, end of the bed, and she's sitting there like a meerkat. It's really funny. Oh, yes. Yes, that was my very best purchase ever. It's the best thing I've ever bought, I think, for my back. And the TV is just right there, mounted on the wall. More snow. Oh, it's grouse. Oh, it is amazing. And the mattresses are all memory foam, I think, or something like that. But yeah, they're it's the best ever. The best. But yeah, she sits up on her haunches just like a meerkat. It's really funny. She's like, ooh, ooh.
2006.
She's even keeps
As
Felix
a
out of his spot.
postal inspector, what are your main duties?
I usually have to go into a little bit of explanation because most folks don't know what a postal inspector is. Generally,
Really?
I always say we're the FBI for the post office. What that means is we have jurisdiction to investigate any kind of federal crime that has a nexus to the United States mail. That can involve a variety of things.
That involves
It could be mail theft. It could be identity theft, mail fraud. I work a lot of narcotics in the mail. And in this particular case, harassment or stalking.
Party pooper. Narcotics in the
Did you have the
mail.
occasion to meet along with Detective Bevel, with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And
Oh, really?
Investigator Bevel had contacted me because he had been working this investigation for a period.
My big fatty. My head butter. I've got a memory foam pillow that I take everywhere, and it's one because I've got neck issues. It's one that has the curve in it, so it's sort of, if you look at it sideways, there you go. All right, so it's sort of like that. That's like if you cut it in half, so it supports your neck as well, and it supports it when you're sleeping on your side or your back. It is the comfiest pillow I've ever had, and I'd like, if I'm going out for the night or if I'm going to a friend's for the night, it comes with me. It goes everywhere. I'll see if I can get some. I did upload some pictures the other day. I might have a curved pillow like that. Oh, really? Yeah, they're great. Did you get it from a chiropractor, like a proper chiropractic pillow? It's not just a cheap ass. I don't know, sweetheart. I don't know. Maybe you need a cooling one or like a cooling gel. I don't know. Can you help you, lassie? I should Google it. I'll see what I can find.
Period of time, and he advised me that some items had been sent through the mail, and asked if I would come and sit in on the interview, be present at the interview, and then make a determination if there might be a possibility for federal charges related to what was being sent through the mail.
And did y'all both receive some envelopes given to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
We did.
And did you have the opportunity to review those envelopes as well?
I did.
And what was your purpose of reviewing these envelopes? What was your role?
Again, just for me, it was to assist the sheriff's office and as a preliminary investigation to see if there might be occasion to bring federal charges at some point in the future.
Now, on these envelopes, it has a bunch of squiggly lines and some dates and a location.
Mm-hmm.
Is that postal inspector information that the post office puts on packages?
It is, and it's not necessarily just specific to postal inspectors. That's just what happens to mail pieces when it goes through processing centers.
And with that information, can you determine where, or at least down to a city, where the mailings occurred?
Yes, and those particular envelopes that I was able to review with Investigator Bevel and Christina Parcell and Brad Post, as I recall, there were a total of 6 envelopes that he brought that day, and 5 of them bore postmarks of Greenville. So what that means from our perspective is it went through the Greenville, South Carolina processing center. So, and I think Investigator Bevel actually made reference to 296 or 293. So in the entire upstate of South Carolina, is divided into 293 and 296 zip codes. So anything in the upstate of South Carolina is going to come to the Greenville Processing Center. So seeing that postmark on there tells me that that mail piece was dropped in the mail somewhere in the 293 or 296 zip codes.
All right. If I show these to you, would you be able to tell this jury about where they were
Sure.
mailed? All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. And focus on this. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
What is that?
So that the Greenville obviously indicates the city. PNDC stands for Processing and Distribution Center, and then 296 is where this processing center is actually geographically located.
So where's the location and date when this particular mail?
It says Greenville, Wednesday, June 30th, 2021. So what that tells me is that it hit the processing center, hit a particular cancellation machine on that date.
On June 30th?
June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so that Greenville 296, what area is that?
That would be part of the upstate of South Carolina.
Upstate of South Carolina.
Yes.
So it was mailed somewhere in the upstate.
Somewhere in the upstate of South Carolina,
Could
correct.
that be Greenville County, or could it be another?
It could be it could be anywhere in the upstate, Oconee County, Anderson County, Pickens County, anywhere.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. What about this one?
This one says Knoxville. Again, it's PNDC, stands for Processing and Distribution Center in Tennessee. I'm not as familiar with that, but 379 would be the 3-digit geographic identifier for that processing center. Okay? And that would tell me that any mail piece in that starts in 379 zip code is going to go through that particular processing center.
And on what date?
The date on that says Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
So is that when it would have hit the distribution center?
Yes, that's the day it would have came through the distribution center.
So that would be in around the Knoxville area.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 158.
Again, it says the Knoxville Processing and Distribution Center. And again, 379 would be the leading 3 digits of the zip code, Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 6.
This one indicates Greenville Processing and Distribution Center, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Just out of curiosity, it's like, what are all the squiggly lines around those? Is that just a stamp?
That's to cancel the stamp, so they can't be reused.
Good old government.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 5. A little more difficult to read.
I can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 4.
Again, it's blurry, but you can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
And State's Exhibit 3.
Again, Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Do you answer any questions, Defense Counsel Mayor?
Mr. Nicholson, you and I have known each other for probably 15 or 16 years now.
Yes, sir, we have.
How did we,
When you were an assistant United States attorney,
over that period of time, we worked many cases together.
we did.
Thank you for your service, and Mr. Nicholson, you're as good as they come. Thank you so much, sir. I've got nothing for you.
No direct from the state, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Blake Wolf. Recall.
I would remind you that you're still under arrest.
Yes, Your Honor. Master Deputy Wolf, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
So did you become involved in the harassment investigation regarding all those photos?
Yes, sir, I did. During the murder of Christina Parcell, I obtained a search warrant for Zachary Hughes's Gmail account, which would include his emails. After I received his emails, I became involved in that investigation.
Now, how did you locate his Zachary Hughes' email?
When we did the search warrant at 200 Tyndall Avenue, we seized his cell phone. A cell phone extraction was done on that device, and we were able to determine what email address he used on his cell phone.
And then once you obtained that email address, what did you do?
I then obtained a search warrant for the email address. Since I knew that Mr. Hughes had been in communication with John Mello. John Mello's overseas. They obviously have to communicate through electronic means.
And in those emails, were there also email addresses for John Mello as well?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain a search warrant for John Mello's email?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recall the email address that you sent the search warrant off to Google?
For John, or it's zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And what about Mello?
John at milestonemusic@gmail.com.
And did Gmail or Google return emails to you as a result of that search warrant?
Yes, sir, they did.
You were able to review those emails.
Yes, sir, I was.
And by reviewing those emails, were you able to confirm that it was in fact this Zachary David Hughes and the John Mello that we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
So what was the basis of that?
So when we receive somebody's Google information, we obtain more than just emails. We get account information they provide Google, such as their name, phone numbers, addresses. If they allow Google to back up photos, for example, Mr. Mello in his Google account, I have photos of himself and his daughter that he took that allowed Google to back up.
That Google sent you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Were there any conversations among those emails?
Yes, sir, there were.
And were those conversations between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to determine that it was in fact this Zachary Hughes and the John Mello we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
What were they talking about?
Christina Parcell, they were referring to her as Sweet Caroline Warren.
Oh dear. I had to change. I used to be. I had to change. I couldn't do it otherwise. But I did use this pillow when I was a tummy sleeper as well. All right. Oh, there you go. Let me see if I can. Oh, I can. Ready, steady. Yay! Mr. Clumsy. Oh, stop. Go back. Go back. All right, Mr. Clumsy. He's a loner. He comes when he's hungry. And this is my Suki Lala boy. Felix. Oh, look at those eyes. So him and his sister Claudia. When I lost two of my cats a couple of years ago, I thought I would I'd waited 8 months and I thought, all right, I'm going to start fostering them just to look after them instead of them being in shelters. Epic fail. First two I fostered, I kept. So they're brother and sister. He's a tuxedo and she's a calico. And they're just coming up to 2 now. And yeah, he is my spoilt little boy, big time. And then Mr. Finney, he's probably 9 now. He's so cute when he's asleep. But if you can't really tell from that photo, maybe you can. He got hit in the head by, I believe it was my neighbour, and permanently damaged his facial nerve on the right-hand side. So he looks like he's had a stroke, poor bugger. So his ear droops, his eye droops, and that side of his mouth sort of a bit droopy. And when he's eating, he always dribbles food out that side. And he sort of walks like to that side as well. It's yeah, arsehole, I tell you. If I ever catch, he did it. And this is little Miss Claudia. She's a monster. Have you ever seen a cat that sleeps like that? Ever? On her back. We call her Moo Moo because she's the only girl, and she's like, she got Missy Moo, and then it just went to Moo Moo. So yeah, she's cheeky. Oh look, oh, some random hottie. I don't know how that got there. Oops. All right, we can get back to the trial now. Oh. It's got big ears, hasn't he?
States exhibits 166 and 165, and see if you recognize those documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is States Exhibit 166?
This is a certification of authenticity from Google, verifying the records I obtained or from the Google account, zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And you got that email off of Zachary Hughes' phone when you reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
And what about States Exhibit 165?
This is the same document, except this was received when I received John Mello's Google information at john@milestonesound@gmail.com.
And how did you locate that Gmail?
That was through communications that Mr. Hughes was having. They were sharing emails.
Our state moves states 166 and 165 in evidence.
No objection. No objection, 166.
Now, let's back up a little bit. So when you receive this information, what information did you receive from Google when you sent off the search warrant for Zachary David Hughes, Gmail, and John Mello's email?
So it depends on what email, or excuse me, what information, what data each individual user allows Google to track. So in this case, emails, it could be pictures, phone contact list backup, location data, Google voice messages, anything along those lines, that any information that Google stores on you.
And then when you get emails, is it just a big stack of emails, or do you have to put them in a computer? How is it given to you, and how are you able to just read emails?
So they give it to you in a file that they call inbox, and then you have to put it into another program called Thunderbird to be able to view the emails.
Thunderbird.
Yes, sir, I did.
Thunderbird's our go.
Were you able to review the emails between Zachary Hughes and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you. States 167. States Exhibit 167. I'm asking you to identify that.
Yes, sir. This is an external drive that contains the emails, the raw data I received from
And
Google.
have you reviewed this?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that your initials?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this is the raw data that you received from Google?
Yes, sir.
State moves Exhibit 167 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so back, so thank you, Your Honor. When you get this up, did you put this information into Thunderbird?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you did that, about how many emails do you think you recovered?
For Zachary Hughes, it was a little over 23,000. I don't remember the number from Mr. Mello.
And then as part of your duties in this case, did you go through those and sort of create a package of the emails just between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir, I did.
And between those two, how many emails did you, just between Zach Hughes and John Mello, how many emails do you think you obtained?
Oh, hundreds.
While you were doing that, was there a particular email that brought your attention?
Yes, sir, there was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 167. I'm sorry, 168. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is an email that Mr. Mello sent Mr. Hughes on May 16th of 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 168 in evidence.
No objection. No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you the top of this email. And so can you tell, starting with a forward, what this is?
Yes, sir. This email was forwarded from John Mello to Mr. Hughes. The title is Christina Parcell, aka Sweet Caroline Warren. You can see that the message where it says forwarded messages, the original message came from Mullins Investigations at protonmail.com.
All right, as part of your investigation into this, did you look into Mullen Investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you do that?
So I started with just the basic Google search. I found no private investigative company named Mullen Investigations. And then we contacted SLED. In South Carolina, if you're a private investigator, you have to be registered and licensed through SLED. SLED had no record of a Mullins investigation or a private investigator with the last name Mullins.
And so you never located Mullen Investigations?
As far as I can tell, they don't exist.
And I noticed that it says at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
That's significant.
Yes, sir, it is.
How's that?
Proton Mail is a company that's based in Switzerland, where privacy laws are very different. When you create an account there, they don't ask for any of your personal information. They don't comply with our search warrants. We have no way to get any information from them. They make their business off guaranteeing that you're going to stay anonymous.
So if you wanted to create Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com and send emails, would you be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
You would not have to give any of your personal information.
No, sir.
And then you could then represent yourself to be Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
And have y'all attempted to try to get information from protonmail.com before?
I have not personally. I know of investigators that have in other cases and federal cases. No.
So I'm going to move forward. So what was this? Was this attached to the email?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what is this?
This is the same advertisement that investigator Bevel covered that was in the packages, the 6 packages that were mailed out, the escort or prostitution advertisement.
And was there a Bella Don Giorno attached to it?
Yes.
Where's that?
Down at the very bottom.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
And then whose name is over here?
Caroline Warren.
Okay. And is this the same photos that we just saw with Detective Bevel?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about how it's with the photo there? Who was in the photo?
Christina Parcell.
And did you notice anything about how it's cut and pasted?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you notice?
So first thing I noticed is that the margins are off. The photo of Miss Parcell is too far to the left. And then at the top of the advertisement, you can see where it looks like they cut and pasted it, but they left a couple other, where your finger is. Maybe those were letters or some other part of the web page that they just didn't cut off.
Now, on this email on May 16th, 2021, to Zach Hughes from John Mello, is that Bella Donna DiGiorno escort.site.com on this picture?
No, sir, it is not.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
So this photo, you can see the top of it of Christina Parcell right there, is just a photo of Christina Parcell.
Correct.
Nothing else on it.
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibits 168. And what is the top up there?
That shows the title of the forwarded email, Christina Parcell, aka Sweet Caroline Warren, and then that is Christina Parcell's face.
And
is this one of the photos that was in the packages that
Yes,
we
sir.
reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular photo, is the URL belladonnagiorno-escort-site.com on there?
No, sir.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
And I go here, best I can. Is that sent with Proton Mail? Sent with Proton Mail?
Yes, sir.
It's a secure email.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, how is it signed?
So that's John Mello's email signature.
All right, can you go through those for us?
Yes, sir. At the top, he's got an address for Milestone Sound in New York City. He lists himself as a house producer and a vocalist with phone numbers. Then he's got an address in South Carolina and Atlanta, Georgia, Torn and Trade Productions with a P.O. box here in Greenville. And then he's got addresses in Europe and one down there in Italy. What I will note is that the +39 number that ends in 0041, that is the number he was using to communicate through WhatsApp with Mr. Hughes.
How do you know that?
Through reviewing the WhatsApp messages.
So you reviewed WhatsApp messages off of Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you confirm that that number right there was the number used by John Mello?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, did you also, let me do this real quick just to make sure the record's clean. I'm going to show you Exhibit 6A marked for identification purposes only. Just get you to confirm that that is one of the photos that was on that email.
Yes, sir, it is.
So 6A was one of the photos on that email.
Yes, sir.
And in this email, is there a http://belladongiorno.escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And then what about 6D?
That is the first photo in the email.
All right. And does that have a website, belladongiorno-escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice the font difference between these two?
Yes, sir.
And those photos were found in numerous of these envelopes, lots of these envelopes.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just State's Exhibit 6. They were all through the all the envelopes that were received.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you have the occasion to get Verizon tolls for Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
I knew that some of these packages had been mailed out from Greenville and others had been mailed out from Tennessee. So I wanted to know where he was on the dates the packages were mailed.
And so how do you go about getting phone records or phone tolls, and why would you get them?
So we get a search warrant and then we get them to know where he was at a particular date and time.
And who do you send the search warrant off to?
It's going to be the service provider for that particular individual.
And did you know the service provider for the phone for Zach Hughes?
I believe it's Verizon.
And how did you learn that?
Once we have a person's phone number, we can just research that phone number. We were able to get his phone number through the phone extraction after it was seized at 200 Tyndall.
And did you send a search warrant off to Verizon for, I guess you call them phone tolls, phone records?
Phone tolls, yes, sir.
Tolls. What is a phone toll?
Phone tolls cover anything from you called this person at this particular time, you received this phone call, you get text messages, your phone transmits data through whatever network. And anytime you're connecting to that tower, they know an approximate location where you're at. Not exactly where you stand, but you are connected to a tower, usually the closest tower that has the best signal.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. $169. Ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. That's the thumb drive that has Mr. Hughes' cell phone tolls on it.
Your State moves 169, and that is
No objection. No objection on 169.
anything else. Now, do you know exactly when John Mello returned back to the United States?
It was shortly after Christina Parcell was murdered. I don't know the exact date, sir.
Do you know where he arrived when he came back?
Charlotte.
And was he arrested?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a warrant on him?
Yes, sir.
What was the warrant?
Custodial interference.
And so he was arrested there. Was he brought back to the law enforcement center?
No, he was kept in custody in Charlotte and then released.
Are you aware if, do you know if John Mello had a cell phone on him when he arrived back from Italy?
We were told by the authorities in North Carolina that he was not found in possession of a cell phone.
And about October 22nd, sound about right?
Sounds about right, sir.
Please answer any questions Mr. Moore may have.
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, you just testified about the custodial interference warrant that John Mello had.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true he was exonerated of that charge?
Yes, sir, it is.
You've asked a lot of questions about the websites in the mail on direct examination. Is it true that when that website was actually up, you didn't see that website? Is that right?
That's correct.
And so it is extremely, it's very possible that when that was up, that website had, is it true that it's possible that website had photographs of Christina Parcell? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that that website was a vehicle for advertising prostitution? Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Is it true that people engage in illegal activity online often use databases?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else, John.
Quick question, Your Honor. You can't say one way or the other where that website was actually active or not.
No, sir, I can't. It was August of 2023 when I became involved in that case.
Thank you.
Sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I think now is a wonderful time to take a break. Again, I will just remind you.
Sorry. Oh, my nose.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Charlie Cunningham.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
I'm Charlie Cunningham.
Investigator Cunningham, can you please tell the jury a little bit about where you work and what your role is with them?
Sure. I work with the Greer County Sheriff's Office, and currently I'm assigned to the Greer County Intelligence Unit. Sorry, I work for the Greer County Sheriff's Office, and I currently work within the Intelligence Unit. And I've been with the Sheriff's Office since early 2008.
What do you do specifically with the Intelligence Unit?
Specifically, we collect digital forensics information, various types of electronic evidence, and we assist in investigations both locally and assist in investigations with state law enforcement and federal law enforcement.
When you speak of electronic evidence, what format does that usually come to you in?
Typically, it can come by way of cellular telephone extractions, computer extractions, telephone data that would come from a cell phone provider, or electronic records that may come from an internet service provider as well.
And when you say cell phone extraction, can we break that down a little bit and what exactly that means from your role?
Sure. If a cellular device happens to be seized by law enforcement and a warrant obtained to look into that data on that device, we would then use tools that are specifically utilized to connect to that device and extract out whatever contents the device may contain, and then generate a report for us that we would then analyze and review with the investigator.
You say tools, and specifically related to cell phones. What tools do you typically use when you do an extraction of a cell phone?
The most common tools that we use are Celebrite and Gray Key, as well as Pinlink from an analytical standpoint.
And in using those, does it require training, some education on how to navigate those programs?
Sure. I began receiving training earlier in my investigative career, peer training with Cellbrite. I later went on to Cellbrite School, as well as some Pinlink hosted schools, varying places of continuing education on how to operate and stay up to date with current techniques.
And to expand on this a little bit more, when you use one of these programs, Cellbrite or Grayshift or Penlink, are you interpreting the data it provides, or how does that process work?
In layman's terms, I would explain it like it's. You can think of it like a digital camera. You turn the hardware and software on, make a connection with it. Essentially, you're pointing it towards what you want to capture, and you follow its instructions, and it begins to retrieve whatever it can, whatever it's capable of retrieving, and then we review the information that it puts out in front of us. It could be telephone calls, messages, photos, location data. There's varying amounts of data that could be observed.
To your knowledge, are these programs those that are generally used by law enforcement, at least locally or more broadly?
It's my understanding and experience that these same capabilities are used worldwide by law enforcement.
And in your time in this specific role, approximately how many of these extractions specific to cell phones have you conducted?
Several thousand.
Were you tasked with doing extractions of cell phones in the present case?
Yes, I was.
What phones specifically?
There was a varying host of cell phones that I was provided with and performed extractions on.
I'll narrow it down for you. The state's exhibit 112. Show you state's exhibit 112.
Sure.
What is 112?
112. This is the packaging. It contains a cell phone labeled with the item number CN1 and the case number from the Grimm County Sheriff's Office for the cell phone of Zachary Hughes.
Is that a cell phone that you did an extraction on?
It is.
Okay. Did you get any information as well from the victim, Christina Parcell's phone?
Yes.
Did you find what phone number she had that was pertinent to this case?
Yes, there was several phone numbers that we learned that was in use by Ms. Parcell. One of those being 5742. It ended in 5742.
Is it 5142?
Yeah, 5142. I'm sorry, my notes are a little scattered. We refer to that as it was referred to as the clone phone.
Okay. So, in conducting the extraction of State's Exhibit 112, I believe it is, do you hook it up to a computer?
Yes.
And is that how those programs take effect?
Yes.
What kind of activity or what kind of data can you extract from a cell phone?
Depending on how much is on a cell phone, a great deal. Cell phones are much like a computer in terms of what they can access and store internally. The data can store telephone calls and messages and emails, internet search history, photos, third-party applications that are accessible through the internet. A great deal of information can be extracted from a cell phone, and in these particular cell phones, a great deal typically was extracted.
And is it through these programs that you view this particular information?
In the program in which it's extracted with, like Celebrite, yes.
So could you speak generally to when you're extracting a cell phone, to what kind of data you can receive initially without opening it, without having passcode, anything? Can you still receive data from it?
Sure, you can. Some of the initial information that you could receive about a cell phone without getting too in depth into the extraction is if the device has been programmed with a name, for instance, John Doe's cell phone. that cell phone number that that device is using. Oftentimes, those are some of the first pieces of information that are present for us to see and observe.
Okay. And then after a phone is, let's say opened with a passcode, does it continue to pull data and information?
It can, yes.
Okay. And to this specific phone, states 112, how was it brought to you to analyze? Or I should say, who brought it to you to analyze?
I believe that investigator John Garrett brought me this cell phone while a search warrant was being executed at 200 Tyndall Avenue, where I understood Zachary Hughes to reside.
So you did, in fact, conduct an extraction on states 112. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you perform an extraction before the phone opened and after the phone opened?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what is States Exhibit 172. Showing you States 172. Do you recognize States 172?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's a USB thumb drive where I put the raw data that was extracted from this device, both before and after the passcode had been discovered.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of 172 and confirm that that is what's on this device?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moves into evidence, States Exhibit 172.
No objection, Your Honor.
So speaking to this extraction you conducted on Mr. Hughes' phone, when you initially began this extraction process, what kind of data were you able to receive from that phone?
When I initially received the phone, it was turned on, it was powered on, and it was passcode locked. Using the software that we used at the time, I began the process utilizing GrayKey. This is an Apple iPhone, and GrayKey did the best job at extractions with those type devices, specifically on those that were passcode locked. I plugged it into the machine and allowed it to begin to examine the device. It quickly gave me preliminary information like the cell phone number, the type of phone that it was, and that some data could be extracted immediately, and that it was capable of brute forcing the passcode. And what brute forcing means is that it will begin a process of attempting to decrypt what that passcode may be. And there's many different processes that software may utilize, but it gives me the option to command it to either begin processing the passcode, begin working on decrypting that passcode, or go ahead and extract data to review right now. And that's what I chose to do was to command it to go ahead and retrieve whatever data that it could, and then work on the passcode.
So when you're using a GrayKey or a Cellbrite, and you want to, I guess, present the information in a deliverable form, how do you do that?
The raw data that is extracted initially is then uploaded into a program called Physical Analyzer. That Physical Analyzer program is software that is built and engineered by Cellbrite, the same software that may pull the data, but it essentially takes all the raw files that it's able to extract, and it begins to put it back into an order that we could look at on a computer, similarly to how it might maybe looked at on a cell phone device. It will give us options and folders that are in categories like pictures and images and telephone calls and text messages and internet search history. It makes it a little more convenient for an investigator or for an analyzation of that data to look in the direction of what it is that you're looking for.
So using a Cellbrite, are you able to account for times and dates that items were sent or stored or recorded?
More often than not, yes.
And using those programs, do you create reports from them, or do they create reports for you?
Yes, reports can be created. Generally, we're always going to create a report of whatever data that we extracted, and that report will contain essentially everything that is known. It can be categorized, and even the data that the software is not capable of understanding, although it extracted it, it will displace it over in another folder that's just known as uncategorized data. And then we can we can further build reports off of the initial main report for individual things like telephone calls or text messages or location data.
Were you able to create some reports using Cellbrite and Gray Key specifically from Mr. Hughes' phone?
Yes, I was.
If I showed them to you, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'll show you what it states exhibit 170 and 171. I'll show you 70, 171. Did you identify these two items for me?
Sure. The State's Exhibit 171 is a Gray Key progress report. And this is a progress report that Gray Key makes available of the raw data that extracted. When that extraction takes place, anything that's known as a target device is the device that we actually have plugged into the computer that we've commanded it to extract data from. And it will identify what it can recognize of this device, like the type, the model, cellular telephone numbers that are utilized on it, email addresses, various Wi-Fi IDs and Bluetooth IDs and MAC addresses, as well as an event log of when certain amounts of data or when processes were taking place with the extraction itself.
So that is essentially an overview of what Gray Key produced.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then what about 171?
171 is a Cellbrite report. This would have came by way of physical analyzer. It's an extraction report for an Apple iOS full file system extraction.
Does it what information does that produce?
This one in particular is I can tell that it's an extraction report specific to what user accounts may have been located on that device, and I can see that the user accounts, Facebook, email. I can tell that this is the user accounts created from Mr. Hughes' cell phone.
Your Honor, this time state moves in evidence 170 and 171.
No objection.
No objection. 171. Investigator Cunningham, bringing your attention to that Cellbrite user accounts report. What is the email associated with all of those accounts?
I can see that there's several. One is Zachary.David.Hughes@gmail.com.
So were you able to corroborate that email with the emails that were returned from Google and the material that they provided for Mr. Hughes?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think I need to close
You're
that
conducting
door.
this initial extraction.
It's getting cold.
Were you able to receive data on messages that were exchanged from that phone?
Yes, sir, I was.
And from what medium
Oh,
were the vast majority of
back a
those
sec.
messages, pertinent to this case, shared with you?
The vast majority, I would say, came from an application known as WhatsApp, as well as Facebook Messenger and the regular messaging.
Were you able to create a report on WhatsApps, or let me back up. Did you find some WhatsApp conversation or WhatsApp exchange from that States 112 and a John Mello on WhatsApp?
Yes.
Were you able to create a report specifically for that conversation?
Yes, I was.
And if I showed you the first page of that report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Let me show you what it states 173. Showing you states 173. What is that?
This is one of many pages from the extraction report from Mr. Hughes' phone of a WhatsApp message specifically between Mr. Hughes and John Mello, John Mello's WhatsApp number, which I recognize, and there's a photograph of Mr. Hughes also in that message.
Do you recognize Mr. Mello's number, at least from one angle from the email exchanges between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
Yes, yes, I can see that the number is the same number that we observed in the Gmail data that was received back.
And I believe the first message there, is Mr. Hughes, or was Mr. Hughes's name identified there in one of the messages?
Yes, it is. Zachary, I mean, it shows that Zachary Hughes as the owner of the message.
Okay. Is his picture on top of it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time State News and Evidence, states 173. Sure.
No objection.
Let's start from the top here. Is this the report that was generated for the WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir, it was.
Is that the picture you're referring to, the top left of 173? Is
Yes, sir, it is.
that Mr. Hughes in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And then as to this first message, in the blue there, where it says, it's John Zach. How is Zach spelled?
Zack.
Is that significant at all in reviewing these messages?
It is. I remember a time when I believe I read a message earlier on where Mr. Hughes was his name was used as Zach, but spelled differently, and it was corrected by Mr. Hughes in reply that it was a K. Yes, sir.
What's the date on the very first message there?
October the 7th, 2020.
And this red X that's in both of these messages, what does that mean?
That's indicative of a recovered deleted message. So that's a symbol placed on a message that was deleted data that was recovered with the forensic software.
So approximately, how many messages were you able to review exchanged between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello, beginning with this message on October 7th of 2020?
I believe it was maybe in excess of 1,000. It was a great deal.
So when's the last message on WhatsApp to date between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
October the 13th, 2021.
Investigator Cunningham, in conducting your extraction of the cell phone, approximately how long did it take to, let's say, crack Mr. Hughes's phone as to the password?
Around 2 years in total from beginning to break that passcode to the point in which it did successfully break that passcode.
Thank you, Investigator Cunningham. I have no further questions for you.
Yes, sir.
All set.
May it please the court. Investigator Cunningham, you testified on direct examination that you were asked to analyze or conduct numerous cell phone extractions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about a cell phone extraction that they didn't ask you about. Isn't it true that the lead investigator in this case was Investigator Sparkman? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that during the course of his investigation in this case, Investigator Sparkman seized a phone that belonged to, or more than one phone that belonged to Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And could you speak up?
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you, pursuant to a search warrant, you conducted an extraction of at least one cell phone that Investigator Sparkman seized from Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And isn't it true that this occurred in October of 2021. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that this occurred after the passing of Christina Parcell? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true after you conducted an extraction of Brad Post's cell phone, you contacted a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Objection, Judge. Based on your previous rulings, line of questioning is improper.
Your Honor, this
Overruled.
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you contacted investigator Wayne Arnett with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office after you conducted the extraction? Isn't that true?
I did not contact him, but I'm aware that other investigators were contacted. Yes.
And isn't it true that your extraction was made available to investigator Wayne Arnett? Isn't that true?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that the extraction you conducted pursuant to a search warrant of Brad Post's cell phone fairly and accurately represented the contents of that cell phone as it existed in October of 2021? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
One second. I don't have any other questions. I would ask that investigator Cunningham remain under seal.
Mr. Honor, Investigator Cunningham, it's safe to say you downloaded several phones in relation to your duties in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Michael Manigault's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download an Alex Field's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Christina Parcell's phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard where electronic evidence is being gathered in any given case where it's needed?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions for you.
Any referrals? Just very briefly, Investigator Cunningham, you were asked about extractions of other people's phones. Did say Michael Manigault's extraction, did that extraction make its way to Investigator Wayne Arnett?
I believe they were all made available to the investigators that investigated this case. I couldn't speak to specifics if one versus the other was unavailable. I believe them all to be similarly available.
But you know that you testified earlier that your extraction of Post's device made its way to Wayne Arnett. You testified that earlier, isn't that correct?
It's my understanding that yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any reread it?
Nothing from the state.
All right, you may step down. All right, thank you, sir. How we looking?
This is about 20, 30, 20, 30. You're on a state calls FBI agent Matt Wild.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Matthew Wild.
All right, Agent Wild, who do you work for?
I work with the FBI.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Almost 15 years.
All right, so are you an agent, special agent?
I am. Right now I'm a supervisory special agent. I was an agent until at the regular agent level from like 2010 till 2021.
And currently with the FBI, what are your main duties?
So right now I supervise a group of agents and task force officers with the cellular analysis survey team. And what our unit does is analyze historical records from phone carriers, specifically for location data. And so I supervise that group, and then I also do some of that work myself.
Now, in regards to your educational background, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in accounting from Limestone College in Gaffney. And then I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy, the FBI Academy, and then I've attended additional training in relation to historical cell phone analysis as well.
All right. So in relation to historical cell phone analysis, what kind of education experience do you have?
Yeah, so in 2012, I went to a course. It was a CAST basic course where we learned how to read phone records that we get from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. We learned how to read those, compare the records to a list of all the cell phone towers, and then generate a very basic map to demonstrate where on Earth a device, generally where it's located in and at a certain date and time. And so I took that class in 2012. I used that technique in every one of my cases between 2012 and 2016, where I worked in violent crime. I was actually in the Baltimore field office, and I worked violent crime, working bank robberies and armored car robberies and all kinds of other things. And then in 2016, I was selected to go to the advanced CAST course, which is a week long, where we take a deeper dive into the records. We had a test at the end of that course. I passed, and I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week was about radio frequency theory. So we learned about how radio waves travel between a phone and the antennas on the towers. The second week, we met with each one of the carriers. So we meet with Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. We get to talk to their records custodians. Those are the people that provide us the records. We also got to speak with their network engineers. Those are the people that design and maintain the network. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment. I can put it in my car. I can drive around a cell phone tower, and I can tell how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week, we did a moot court exercise where we were given a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out, do a drive test, and then testify to it in court. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified as a CAST agent. Now, every year since then, from 2016 until 2024, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 3 to 4 days, where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get updates on the technology. And so I've attended that every year since I've been certified.
So you're referring to CAST. Can you tell the jury what CAST stands for and what it means?
Yeah, so CAST is the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. And so our team is about, I think we're between 80 and 90 agents and task force officers located around the country, sometimes in different parts of the world. And again, we focus on learning and analyzing these records and using them in cases.
So can you give this jury an example of how you would use cell phone data that you would receive and how that helps determine a location?
Yeah, so I mean, a perfect example is like a missing person. A lot of times we get involved in missing persons cases, and we will go to the carrier and request the telephone records from them for the person that's missing. And then so we'll analyze those records. They give us a date and a time when the phone was used, as well as the tower and the sector, which gives us a general area of where the phone was used at. And then we're able to kind of direct resources into that area to try to locate that person's car, locate that person's, that person, or God forbid we have to locate their remains. We do that on a daily basis.
And so is basically, are you as good as the data that you receive from the carrier?
Absolutely.
And is there better data than some in relation to finding a more specific location versus a broad location?
Yes, it just kind of, it's one of those things, it varies between the carrier, the time range you get the records in, all the types of data kind of vary between each one of those things.
And how do you actually do the analyzation?
So the records come electronically, usually in an Excel file or a text file. And so what we do, or what I do, is I take those records and I upload them into a Google-based mapping system. And then I can snip and make maps to display the general area where the phone was located at those times.
Now, in addition to using cell tower, cell phone tolls or cell phone tower information as to a specific phone, can you use the actual phone itself to help determine locations of that phone?
I can. So sometimes when a phone is downloaded, location data is obtained off of that device. It's processed through Greer or Cellbrite, and then I can use some of that data in what I do to historically locate where that phone was during the time that we're interested in.
About how many times have you downloaded or analyzed cell phones?
So the downloading and analyzed cell phones, probably 40 to 50 times. I have downloaded hundreds of phones. The analyzation of the location data, probably 40 to 50 times.
And how many times have you qualified as an expert?
Over 150 times.
The state moves to qualify Special Agent Matt Wild as an expert in call detail record analysis and cellular technology. Call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
No objection. All right. He will be qualified as an expert in call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify to what they either saw or they heard or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them that way. This witness will be qualified in the area of call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology to give an opinion testimony in this area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Wild, were you asked to help analyze the data location, cell phone data location and cell phone of Zach Hughes?
Yes.
So how did you obtain the information? Well, what information did you obtain in your efforts to analyze it?
So from the solicitor's office, I obtained the phone records in electronic format, as well as the cell phone download was in an electronic format. And then with the download, I had to go in and pull out the location data so I could look at it and do what I did with it.
And as far as pulling it from the cell phone, what software do you rely on to help you read that information?
I used Cellbrite. I believe it's called Cellbrite Reader. It's just like it's another version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And what does Cellbrite Reader do?
So it grabs the raw data and it kind of processes it, or it does process it into a usable format. And again, it splits it out. So if we just have like a big bucket of data, it just spits it out into images, text, I just said images, pictures, videos, text messages, phone call logs, location data. It just kind of splits it out into all those categories. So I took the raw data, I put it in Cellbrite, and then I took the location data and then I exported that out because that's really what I was focusing on.
And then when you look at the exported location data in this particular case, do you just take it at its word, or do you do some underlying analysis to verify its authenticity?
Oh no, you can't just take it at its word. So the location data is sourced from multiple different places on the phone, depending on what kind of applications you have running or the user has running. So it kind of splits it out into different chunks, and there's different parts that are more reliable than other types. And so I try to focus on the most reliable data set that I can.
Now, in preparation for your testimony today, did you create a PowerPoint describing what you did
Yes,
with the cell phone data from Zach Hughes and actually the download of Zachary Hughes' cell phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you. State's Exhibit 174. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is the thumb drive with my report on it.
State moves 174 in evidence.
No objection.
All right, well, we're going to throw this up on the screen right here. I'm even going to give you a laser pointer.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Hey.
If you'll just say next slide whenever you're ready. And,
yes, sir.
Mr. Hopeforth will click it for you, and all right, we can move on. So you prepared, is this the presentation that you prepared for this jury?
Yes, it is.
And so what are you attempting to share with this in general with this jury?
In general, I'm going to share the general location through cell phone records and the cell phone download of the devices associated with Mr. Hughes during certain time periods that are relevant to the case.
And again, so it's two pieces of data. It is Mr. Hughes' cell phone records.
Yes, sir.
To his phone, as well as his actual phone that you receive the data on.
Yes.
And do you distinguish between those two in this report?
I do.
Right. Now, is there anything interesting about the cell phone data that you received in this report?
The cell phone records.
Cell phone records.
Yeah. So the cell phone records I received in this for this case, they're from Verizon. Usually, Verizon provides a report that has the cell phone tower, so it tells me which tower is being used, and then it tells me which sector or side of the tower is being used. In this case, I think Verizon was transferring systems. They generated a different report, and that report only shows me the tower that's being used. So it's kind of demonstrated as a circle. And so when we get there, I'll explain what that means.
And before it'd be almost a pie.
It would be like a wedge. Yes, like a piece of pizza. All right, next one. All right, so slide 2, this is just the background of the case and my methodology. So, the first paragraph describes that I was asked by the solicitor's office to help with this case in reference to an incident that occurred on October 13th, 2021. My methodology I've already talked about. I take the records that I get from the area where the signal to and from a phone, my car rate, but I also have to be able to outside a building. What we figure out is here in this case on the top as kind of like a piece of pizza or like a pie wedge. But here, again, I don't have any sector information, so I'm demonstrating it as a circle. I'm not saying by any means that the phone has to be within that circle. I'm just saying that that tower is within that circle, and that tower emits a signal that goes in 360 degrees direction or out from that tower. This kind of gives you an overview of the area. And so I have a couple of addresses here. The green pin up there represents 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville. So they're in the center of the map. The blue pin represents 799 Indian Flats Trail in Slater, Marietta, South Carolina. That's kind of up there near the South Carolina, North Carolina border. The red pin represents 122 Canebrake Drive in Greer. And then the orange pin represents 12 Blake Street in Greenville. Every one of those red dots you see on the map represent a Verizon cell phone tower. Next one. So this is showing the activity here on Verizon telephone number 864-894-0020. And it's showing the activity on June 30th, 2021 at 1:24 a.m. So 1:24 in the morning. And this is showing activity in and around in Greenville, South Carolina. Now the Verizon records here, I'm relying on the phone to be able to make and receive phone calls to obtain a record. Later on in the report, we'll have some data records that kind of help fill in some gaps.
Real quick, Your Honor, so, I'm sorry. Agent Smith, I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 1, and what is the date on State's Exhibit 1 up here?
Oh, the date on the top right there is Wednesday, June 2021. So June 30th, 2021.
All right, and so where was Zach Hughes' phone location on Wednesday, June 30th, 2021?
In the early morning, it was using a tower in the area of downtown Greenville. Next one. This slide, slide 9, it's showing the activity between July 4th, 2021 and July 8th, 2021. And again, the phone during that time, these are all phone calls. And the phone during that time is using towers in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, so I'm gonna show you State's Exhibits 2. What is the date on State's Exhibit 2?
That is July 8th, 2021.
And State's Exhibit 158
is also July 8th, 2021.
And where are those mailed from?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Both of those?
Yes, sir.
So July 8th, 2021, Zach Hughes' phone was located in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir. All right, so this next slide, this is showing activity on October 11th between 9:44 a.m. and 11:18 a.m. These are data activations. So they're not phone calls, they're not text messages. They are all the other stuff that's going on a phone in the background. And so sometimes they generate a record. They tell me the cell phone tower that was being used, how long that session is. And so I'm able to demonstrate it here. And so here between 9:44 and 11:18, you can see that phone's using towers just to the northeast and to the south of the 799 Indian Flats Trail address.
And what is that date?
That is October 11th, 2021.
So would that be consistent with Zach Hughes' phone being near 700 Indian Flats Trail?
Yes. All right, and then this next slide. So now we're showing the location data from the physical download of the phone. And so this is showing that same day, October 11th, there was a location data point right there at Indian Flats Trail between 10:06 a.m. and 10:54 a.m.
And what date is that?
That's October 11th. So it's the same date as the previous slide showing the cell site activations.
So that's 2021.
Yes, sir. Next one. So now this is October 12th, 11:14 a.m. to 12:18 p.m. Again, these are data activations, showing activations right there near Greenville Technical College, basically southeast of the 200 Tyndall Avenue address.
And that is October 12th?
Yes, sir. Next one. These are the Cellbrite, these are the location data hits off of the physical phone. Again, 10:25 a.m. to 12:23 a.m. on October 12th. And there are some specific activations showing the device near the Tyndall Avenue, specifically between 10:47 a.m. and 12:01 p.m. And then there's two others, one to the south and one to the north. Next one. This is October 12th, 2021, between 12:31 and 1:21 p.m. The first one, 12:31, So 1:07 p.m. is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue. And then the second one at 1:18 to 1:21 is consistent with being at 12 Blake Street in Greenville.
Were you ever made aware of the significance of 12 Blake Street?
I did. I understand that's Mr. Mello's address. Next. So now the next one is, this is showing, again, October 12th between 1:59 p.m. and 2:34 p.m. So again, these are all data hits. And you can see the phone's using towers to the north of Greenville, not quite all the way to Marietta at that time. And then the next activation voice call is on October 14th. And yeah, the next activation is on October 14th.
Okay, so again, so in regards to voice data, you have it on October 12th.
I do.
And then when's the next voice call?
On October 14th.
So what is a voice call? What does that mean?
So that's an incoming or outgoing call.
Is that how you receive the location data?
It is. There is some data records on October 13th that I did not include in my presentation, but they are consistent with the activity we're getting ready to see. Next one. So this is October 12th, 6:56 p.m. till October 13th, 1:30 a.m. and showing the phone consistent with being in the area of Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
So Zach Hughes' phone, this is October 12th.
This is.
All right. And what are the dates in which he is at the Indian Flats Trail?
So this is showing the evening of the 12th into the early morning of the 13th.
So what time is the last data point for on the 13th?
1:30 a.m.
That's 1:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And then this is the next activation. This is the next activity on that download report, and it's showing 2:42 p.m. is the first hit, which is showing in the area of 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville.
All right. So the last data point that you just had up there was 1:30 in the morning of October 13th. And where was that located?
In Marietta.
And the next data point that you have for Zach Hughes' phone or his cell phone records is at what time?
So for this phone, it's at 2:42. I did have some activations on the data side earlier, just earlier about I think they were 2:34, and it was north near Furman University.
And that 2:42, would that be consistent at being a little north of downtown Greenville at 2:42?
So 2:42 would be consistent with being south of downtown Greenville.
South of
Yeah, 2:34 would, I believe it was 2:34. It was north of downtown Greenville. That's correct. Next one. And then this is showing the activity 9:07 p.m. to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th. So this is the night of the 13th going into the next day. And there's activity, let's see here. 9:07 is that box up in the middle between 9:07 and 9:32. Then 9:43 to 11:13, the phone is over there to the east side of the airport. And then 11:25 p.m. on the 13th to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th, the phone is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue.
So that's the night of October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir. Into the morning of the 14th. And then these are the voice calls on the 14th. So this is 12:57 a.m. to 1:02 a.m. And you can see the phone is there over on the east side of Greenville, kind of near the airport. And that's it.
Just answer any questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Special Agent Wild, I want to talk to you about your expertise in cell phone technology, just in general. And that's one of the areas you can qualify as an expert. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had talked about conducting numerous downloads or extractions of cell phones in your career. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you asked to perform any analysis on a cell phone, in this case belonging to a man named Bradley Post?
I was not.
You made a comment that when you receive data, basically you never take it at face value. Is that correct? Or you don't take it as or assume it's accurate. Is that correct?
I mean, just because we get data on a spreadsheet, location data on a spreadsheet, I don't take it 100% at its face value. There is a skill and experience and knowledge that goes into parsing through that data to find the most accurate points.
I want to talk about, in your experience analyzing cell phones, have you had an opportunity to conduct extractions involving images on cell phones?
Yes.
And images on cell phones also have data oftentimes accompanied with those images. Is that correct? Or in conjunction with those images?
I mean, the image itself is data, right? But no, you got it.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
Metadata, oftentimes there is metadata associated with images on cell phones.
There could be, yes.
Will you tell the jury what is metadata?
It could be like the date and the time the phone was taken, the device that it was used, that the device that took the picture, maybe the orientation, whether it was in landscape or portrait mode, and then possibly I've seen location data associated with those images as well.
And sometimes, depending on the cell phone extraction of the cell phone itself, you'll have some metadata, you won't have metadata. Is that correct?
Correct. There's no, I wish it was more black and white as to a definitive yes or no, but unfortunately, because of the multiple types of phones out there, the multiple types of continuously changing operating systems, and then on the law enforcement side, the software that we use constantly changes. It is impossible for me to, if you present to me with a device and operating system and whatever we were using for me to sit here and say 100% yes, we could have got that or didn't get that off the device.
And if you were analyzing or looking at the data, for example, there would be occasion you would have to doubt the veracity of the metadata if you had conflicting evidence. Is that true?
I don't know what you're referring
Let me give you
to.
an example.
Sure.
Let's say there's a picture of me on a cell phone that says that this picture was taken January 1 of 2021. And let's assume you know that I could not have been where the picture was taken of me of January 1, 2021. Isn't that? Under those circumstances, would you have reason to doubt the accuracy of the metadata on the phone?
I mean, that's kind of a big if, and I just generally across the board, I wouldn't really doubt the accuracy of the metadata. So, I mean, that's kind of like a huge if question, and I don't know how specifically to answer that.
So let's be specific. If you see a picture of me and the metadata says it was taken January 1 of 2021.
He's asking hypotheticals that he's not.
He's an expert in cell phone technology.
These are just made up hypotheticals without any underlying data.
He's his expert. Thank you. So if there's a picture of me that has metadata in the cell phone that says January 1, 2021, and you know for a fact that I could not have been at that location on January 1, 2021, would that not cause you to doubt the accuracy of that metadata?
I mean, I've never been presented with a situation like you're referencing, so I don't know how to answer the question, sir.
So you can't answer the question if there's metadata that says a picture was taken with me at a location on one date and I can't be there. You don't know how to answer that question.
I don't know how to answer that question, sir. I've never been faced with that situation, and I don't even know how I would go about answering that question accurately.
Let me ask you this: artificial intelligence. That is something obviously that's become more prominent in recent years. You would agree with that? Is that correct?
I agree.
And when you are reviewing cell phones now, are you finding the implementation of artificial intelligence in contents of these cell phones?
On a daily basis, I'm not actually reviewing multiple downloads of cell phones. I'm basically in my role and what I do, I'm focusing on the location data associated with those phones. So, if you gave me a phone today to download, I'm basically going in there, grabbing the location data and doing my thing with it. I'm not really diving into whether or not there's AI on the phone or whether or not somebody's using ChatGPT or any of that kind of stuff. So I have no experience in that measure.
So back to my question. With cell phone extractions that you're reviewing currently, are you finding evidence of the presence of AI on these phones?
Again, I'm only reviewing the location data, so I wouldn't see the presence of AI or even know what it would look like because I don't look for it. I look for the location data.
So that's what are some reasons why metadata associated with images could be inaccurate?
I don't know.
You can't think of one reason.
No, sir.
Do you agree it's possible that metadata can be inaccurate associated with images?
Again, I don't know. I've never been faced with that, so I don't know if that could happen or not happen.
So you're telling this jury, as an expert in cell phone technology, you have no idea whether metadata associated with images can be inaccurate?
Again, I've never been faced with that situation, and so I don't know if it could be inaccurate or not. I'd expect it to be accurate. In the times I've used any kind of metadata, it has been consistent with other data sets, such as the location data associated with the phone that was taking the picture. So in my view, in the experience I have with it, it has never been inaccurate. It's always been accurate.
So and how many cell phones have you analyzed?
I mean, I've downloaded hundreds of phones. But for location data, I've analyzed probably 40 to 50 phones. Again, I'm not diving into the pictures on all those phones because my role specifically is to analyze the location of where the phone was located, not look at the thousands of images on the phones that I'm downloading.
So you're telling the story that in all the phones you've analyzed, you've never seen a picture on a cell phone with the wrong date?
I'm focusing on the location data 99.9% of the time. So I'm not ever really looking at the photos and diving into it that deep. Thanks, sir. Okay.
Clock. And again, please do not discuss this among yourselves or with anybody or do any research. I know y'all heard that from me before. All right.
The intelligence unit.
Please record. The state calls Michael Land.
Come on down, Michael.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please state your name for the record.
Michael Land, Land. The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with them?
About 7.5 years.
What are your main duties?
So I work in the intelligence unit where we do processing of all sorts of electronic data and any kind of investigative work to help with a wide variety of cases.
And did you get asked to try to verify the internet address of the Winds Mountain House?
I did, yes, sir.
How did that happen?
So this was back November 1st of 2024, so last year. I was asked to drive up to the Indian Flats Trail, and we used an Android device that pretty much just scans, just like a phone does, Wi-Fi addresses, Wi-Fi networks that are available, and it logs them. That way we could log what different networks were up there, and the Wind Wi-Fi was one of the networks identified.
So how were you able to identify it?
So it when you scan, just like if you're driving down the road on your phone, and it might pop up, say Starbucks or McDonald's Wi-Fi. It works in the same way. So this showed Wind Wi-Fi it displayed the name for it.
So did you just park on the street and look to see what available networks?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So just driving up the street, it automatically pops up.
Right. And how do you spell it?
It was spelled WINNWIFI.
And were you in close proximity to that Indian Flats Trail Mountain House?
Yes, sir. On the road, just at the end of the driveway.
Answer questions they may have.
Good questions, Mr. All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
The state calls Jim Perry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
James Perry.
Hi, Mr. Perry. What is your rank? How do you go by?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what kind of work do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I do the Computer Crimes Investigation Unit.
What does that entail?
It entails doing forensics on cell phones.
And were you, well, how long have you been with them?
I've been with Greenville County for 30 years, and then I had another 13 years with Greenville City and Greer. So 43 years total, with a little stench of about 7 years doing private investigations. So 50 years.
50 years in investigations.
Yeah.
I imagine you have a story or two for us.
There's statute of limitations.
I'm glad to hear that. How did you get involved in this particular case?
The day of October 13th, I was asked to go out by my sergeant to the crime scene to collect a cell phone that belonged to the victim and bring it back and do the forensics on that one.
Now, you oftentimes utilized, along with Charlie Cunningham, who we heard from as well, to help download phones and analyze them?
Yes.
And in doing that, what software do you use to analyze those?
Back then, I was using just the regular Cellbrite forensics tool.
And what does Cellbrite Forensic Tool do?
It basically what it does is it images the cell phone that you target
And once you get the image, you load it into a software program that pulls up a certain format that you can go through it and see what kind of data that is actually on there.
So you have software that downloads the raw data from the phone.
Correct.
And then you have the software that helps you read it.
Yeah, it opens it up and parses it to make it a readable.
And is that called Cellbrite Reader?
It's called Physical Analyzer, UFED Physical Analyzer. The report you get when you go through it is called, it puts a program in there called Cellbrite Reader so that if I give it to you, you can open it. You don't have to have the program I have.
And once it gets into the Cellbrite portion, the reading part of the software, are you able to manipulate it after that? Or
no, once it comes up on the screen and it's opened up, you can't go in there and add things or take things away.
In this case, were you asked to review the downloaded data from Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And were you able to do that?
I did.
And how would you do that? Or where would you do that?
I did it in my office on my forensic computer.
And once you're in there, are you able to generate reports?
You can create a report from a report. So if I were to give someone a 50 gig Cellbrite report, but you just want to narrow it down to 1 day, you can narrow it down to 1 day. And then at that point, create another report that looks identical as far as the layout of the Cellbrite report. But I know like on this particular phone, if you were to print it out, it would have been close to 88,000 pages if you did the whole phone.
And so were you able to review the information on this phone as well?
I was.
In fact, did you identify that WIN Wi-Fi that we just?
Yes, I did. I saw the WIN Wi-Fi in the networks.
And then when you obtain that information, do you report it back to the lead investigators about information that's found on the phone?
Right. If we're specifically asked to go through the phone, we will give them a report pretty much of everything we found that's relevant to what they're looking for.
And so not only are you downloading the phone and reading it, you're perusing it for evidence that you think may be important to the investigator's case.
Correct.
And are you communicating with the investigator about all this?
Up front, they kind of give us an idea of what they're looking for. And then at that point, we go through. It may even come down to the point, and in most of these cases, the solicitor will come over and sit down and go through with it, which he did, sat down, and we were able to show him different things that were on the phone that were relevant.
So were you able to make various reports on Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And was one of those reports called user accounts?
Some of them, yes, that's one of the, it has tabs, and each tab will give you different information on the phone. And user's account is one.
I'm gonna show you what state's exhibit 170. It's already in evidence, and then we'll go through it. Is that on the is that the user accounts?
That is.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at it real quick. So up at the top right here, is that how we're identifying it as user accounts?
That is correct.
All right, so what is user accounts going to show?
I mean, it'll show if they have a WhatsApp, a Facebook page, it'll identify those and actually sometimes give you the information you need to, if you need to send off a legal process for that account.
All right, so I'll refer you to column number 3, for example. What is that?
I'm sorry, column.
Yeah, column, I'm looking at the numbers on the left side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so number 3.
Okay. That's zachdavidhughes@gmail.com.
And so is that the information that would have been put on this report from that phone?
That's correct.
So what does that tell? What does that tell you, me, or whoever's looking at this thing?
It just tells you that one of the users on that phone has an email account of zachdavidhughes@gmail.
Okay. What about number 6 and 7?
SDG Piano at Yahoo, and then the Beethoven Odyssey at gmail.com were additional accounts that were on that phone.
So that information is given to us, given to the solicitor's office, given to investigators to help identify whose phone that is.
It helps, yes.
So are there additional reports called device events?
There are.
All right. What are device? What's a device events report?
The iPhone will pick up an extremely large amount of activity that you're doing on your phone every day. It will show if you turn the device on, if you turn it off, if the screen comes on, the screen goes off. If you rotate it from the to landscape mode or portrait mode to landscape, it tells that you did that. It's a treasure trove of information of what's going on with that phone in the hands of the user.
And do y'all use this in investigations to help determine what that phone was doing during a certain amount of time?
Correct.
And is it able to tell you certain things?
It is.
Will it tell you whether when the phone's plugged in or unplugged?
Correct.
For example. And did you run a report on Zach Hughes' phone for device events?
I did.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 175. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is a copy of the device events
For whose phone?
for Zach Hughes' phone.
Your Honor, state moves 175 into evidence.
Objection. Objection.
All right. All right. So I'm going to start with column 1. And I'll see it there. All right. So tell us what that column 1 is, and we're just going to go down the columns, and you can tell this jury what is this telling you?
That just, it gives you the time. It's a time date stamp for the value of the event that you're looking at.
Okay. So so the event type tells you what the event is.
Correct.
The value tells you kind of what it's doing.
Correct. In other words, device plug-in status. It's going to show you basically in the values that it was plugged in.
All right. What about this source over here?
That just tells you basically where it was found by the Cellbrite program in the database. That's where it extracted it out.
So looking at number 1, what's the date and time and the end time, and what was the event?
It was on October 13th at 4:30 a.m. and it was plugged in.
So is that telling you that somebody plugged in their phone to charge it?
Correct.
So that would require manual manipulation.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to number 2.
Basically, it's 10:13 at 4:30 a.m. It's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
So how would somebody unlock a phone?
Usually either Face ID, thumbprint, put the passcode in. One of those usually would be the way to do it.
Would that mean the phone is in somebody's hand?
Right.
Or being
Yeah.
manipulated by a person? Is that
Correct.
fair? All right. And so number 3?
At 5:56 a.m. on the 13th, it's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
And same analysis
thing.
applies.
Correct.
All right. Number 4?
At 6:02, the phone is unlocked.
And number 5?
At 6:09 a.m., the phone was again unlocked.
All right. And this is all on October 13th.
All of these are, yeah, everything I think on this report is the 13th.
So I'll refer you to number 5.
Again, the phone is unlocked at 6:09.
Number 6.
Phone again unlocked at 7:06.
Number 7.
Phone again unlocked at 7:07.
And then number 8.
The phone is again unlocked at 7:41.
What is the end time on number 8?
I'm sorry.
The end time? Does it have a start time and an end time? Oh, sorry.
Move it up just a tad.
Move it up.
There you go.
There you go.
7:42.
All right. So then I'm going to show you column number 9. What is that? Column number 9.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. At 7:42 a.m., the device is plugged in.
And then what about the end time?
End time is 11:34.
And then I'm going to go to number 10, and then we're going to go back to number 9. But what's number 10?
10 is at 10:34, the device is plugged in.
Is that 11:34?
I'm sorry, 11:34.
Device is plugged in. All right, so explain to this jury what this gap in time is. We've got 7:42 to 11:34.
It's just showing that the phone has not been manipulated, plugged in, turned on, unlocked, any of those normal things that happen with the phone.
It's not being utilized.
Not being utilized.
All right, and then it continues on. For example, number 13. What's going on at number 13?
Okay, at 11:35, you're having a orientation change of the phone to landscape. Means he was looking at it like this, turned it and was looking at it in that mode.
So that would require physical manipulation of the phone.
Correct.
Go from a vertical phone to a horizontal phone.
Correct.
All right, and then for time's sake, does it just continue? What about number 16?
16 at 1:21 p.m., the output speaker is turned on.
And what time was that?
That was it, 1:21 to 1:41.
And then what about number 17?
Change of landscape at 1:21.
And again, number 18?
You have another orientation landscape at 1:41.
And let's go back up to the top of this report. What time in number 19?
19 again, speaker activation at 1:48 p.m.
I'll skip to what about number 22?
22, you have a speaker activation at 2:22 p.m.
And what's the end time on that?
3:50 p.m.
All right. And so I'm going to take you to number 83, just sort of the end of this report on the 13th. So what was the last thing that the Zach Hughes phone did on the 13th?
He unlocked it at 11:40 p.m.
That night. Okay. The night of the 13th.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Did you have the occasion to print out any more reports?
Gosh, yeah.
Lots of reports.
Yes.
Did you do a report entitled Timeline?
I did.
Okay. And show you State's Exhibit 176. Do you recognize that report?
Yes, that is a timeline.
Is that a timeline for application usage log?
Correct.
Your Honor, State moves 176 into evidence. No objection.
Objection 176.
All right. So I'm going to show you. You can just tell us about the number 1 line and what that means and at what time.
Just that application usage log stating that on 10/13/2021 at 7:06 a.m., the application usage log, he was logged in to his
And what is the description?
VPN, Express VPN.
What is that?
VPN is just a way of a private logging in to the internet.
And so what is application usage log?
Application usage log, it's just what it says. It's the usage of that particular thing on that day.
Does it tell you the usage of a particular app or an application?
Correct.
Okay, and so it tells you when you use a certain application or if it, let me ask you
Correct.
this, if it's not on there, that means you're not using it. Is that correct?
Most likely, yes.
So I'm gonna show you number 6. What is the application usage log?
That's 10/13/2021 at 7:07 a.m.
What kind of
And-
snake was it? Oh. Big boy.
That's the ExpressVPN.
All right, is that the last application usage log on Zach Hughes' phone on the 13th?
It is.
Did you do some more reports?
I'm thinking. Yeah, I think there's more coming.
All right, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna ask you about, what about an application, report from the Cellbrite regarding wireless networks?
Correct.
All right, will that show what wireless networks you connected to along the way?
It will.
I might have to continue watching this.
Exhibit
Then
177.
my back is getting really sore.
Yeah.
Is that the wireless networks report that you ran?
It is.
Your Honor, State moves 177 into evidence? No objection. Objection. So what is the wireless networks report?
I'm sorry, what now?
What is the wireless networks report?
It shows when somebody connects to a wireless network that's available to them.
All right. I'm going to refer you to line number 3.
So that's a when Wi-Fi is the name of the Wi-Fi, and then it's showing that it auto-connected on 10/13 at 2021 at 1:17 p.m.
So at 1:17 on the 13th, Zach Hughes' phone was connected to the Wind Wi-Fi.
Correct.
And you just heard testimony. Where's the Wind Wi-Fi located?
799 Indian Flats up in Marietta.
And what does last auto connected mean?
That means the last time it auto connected. In other words, he didn't have to put in the password. He drives up the house, walks up, whatever, and it connects. Just like mine does it, my office and at home. I never have to do anything to it to get it to connect.
All right. Did you run a report entitled Web History?
I did.
And what is Web History going to show you?
It's just the where he goes on the web during any particular time.
All right, I've got half an hour before the next break, so I might go and set up my iPad and get horizontal.
So I'm going to show you line, let's just start with 321. Tell this jury how this works, like how you read this report.
It just basically is that first one is it's telling you the Google search that he did, and it was done on 10/13/2021 at 8:22 p.m. in the evening.
All right, I'm gonna take you back to the end of the report. These reports sometimes start from early in the day and then go all the way
Right, you read them backwards.
backwards. All right, so at 3:40, sorry, 3:40, what time was, that would be his first search on October 13th,
Correct.
2021, right?
Correct.
So the first search was at what time?
It was at 4:23 p.m. on the 13th.
And
Schedule
this right here just
fly.
tells you what he was logged into.
Correct.
So he wasn't doing any web searches in the morning of October 13th.
Not,
Were you able to run a report called call logs?
I was.
And what is the call log report going to show?
Basically, the call log shows you the calls that he received, made. It usually gives you the duration that the call was.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 179. I'm asking you to identify it.
This is the call log for the 13th.
Zach, you phone?
Correct.
So you just testified, you kind of have to start backwards and work forward, right? Is that the easiest way to review these?
Yeah, if you're wanting to do it in a chronological order.
All right, so we'll start with 16 and 17. What are the dates there?
Okay, those are on October 12th at 3:05 p.m. and 6:55 p.m.
On the 12th.
12th, those were on the 12th.
All right. And then moving on columns 15 and 16. Sorry, 15 and 14. Let's go to 15.
Okay, on that is a incoming call received from John Mello on 10/12/2021 at 7:01 p.m. Duration is an hour and 53 minutes.
All right, so that first number up here, whose number is that?
That would be the number of for John Mello's account.
And then what is this number right here?
That would be the number associated with Zach Hughes's WhatsApp.
And that is using WhatsApp.
Mhm,
Can you make phone calls through WhatsApp?
You can.
And what was the duration of that call?
1 hour and 53 minutes.
On October 12th?
Correct.
At what time?
7:01 p.m.
That's 7 o'clock at night.
Correct.
What about column 14?
That's a call from Zach Hughes to John Mello. It's an outgoing call. It took place also on the 12th of October at 8:54 p.m. and it was 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
And so that call was at what time?
8:54 p.m.
And then going to column 13.
It's a call from Zach Hughes' WhatsApp account to John Mello's WhatsApp account. It took place on 10/13/2021 at 3:50 p.m. and it was an hour and 20 minutes.
So that's on October 13th, 2021 at 3:50 in the afternoon.
Correct.
For a duration of an hour and 20 minutes?
Correct.
And then number 12?
Number 12 is from John Mello to Zach Hughes, 10/13/2021 at 7:01 p.m., 14 seconds.
And then number 11.
A call from Zach Hughes to John Mello on the 13th of October, 7:15 p.m. for 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And then I'll refer you back to number 8.
Call from John Mello to Zach Hughes on 10/14 at 2:05 p.m. for 22 minutes.
Right, so that's the day after the murder.
Correct.
And then what about number 7?
It's a call to Max Hyde Law Firm on the 14th of October at 2:10 p.m. for 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
And what about number 6?
It's a call to Isabella Mello on 10/14/2021 at 2:16 p.m. for 34 seconds.
And then number 5.
Another call back to Max Hyde Law Firm at 3:44 p.m. on the 14th of October, 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
And then number 4.
Can you pull it down just a tad? Okay, there you go. It's a call from Isabel Mello incoming to Zach Hughes on the 14th of October at 3:46 p.m. Not answered.
And number 3.
Call to Isabel Mello, 10/14/2021 at 3:47 p.m., 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Our state moves 179 into evidence. I may have forgotten.
It's been a lot of exhibits.
It's a lot. I'm sorry. I get in my groove.
Thank you. 179 comes in.
Go down to the last report.
Thank you.
So the last report is called activity sensor data. What is that?
That is, if you have an iPhone, it's your activity app on there, steps, flights of stairs climbed, distance traveled during your activity.
All right, investigative Perry, show your state's exhibit 180. You recognize it?
I do.
So the activity sensor data?
It is the activity sensor data.
State moves 180 in evidence. No objection.
Objection 180.
All right. And again, if you want to start beginning of the day, work backwards. So I'll start you with page 6 of the report. I guess that's it. All right. So explain to the jury the first column there, columns.
Okay, the first column 16 is showing that the time frame between 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 13th of October, the activity that took place during that time.
So on
down here at the bottom on 10/13 at 5:39 a.m., it says distance traveled.
Correct.
So what was the distance traveled at 5:39 a.m.?
51 meters.
And then at 5:57, how many meters were traveled?
4.23 meters traveled.
Now, I'm certain that for your phone to register this information, you have to have it on your person.
Correct.
If it's sitting on a table when you're walking around, it's not going to magically
No, it's not going to pick anything
pick
up.
anything up.
No.
So let's go to from, I guess, the time frame 6 to 7 o'clock.
6 to 7 o'clock on the 13th of October. Between that period of time, the actual breakdown of when it actually took place was the distance. Which one do you want first? Speed? Okay, steps were at 6:10, 6:11. You got a one flight of stairs. Distance traveled 21 meters, and the speed was 1.29.
And we'll go from the time frame of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
7 a.m. to 8 a.m. If you could move it up just a tad. Okay, from 7 to 8 o'clock, you had two flights of stairs climbed. At 11:50, 11:37, you had one.
No, I think got 14 from 7 to 8 a.m. At 7:41, how many steps were made?
7:41, you had 41 meters traveled.
So that's at 7:41 a.m.
Correct.
And then when is the next activity on this phone?
So there's no other activity picked up by the phone as user activity until 11:35. Looks like the earliest time, 11:35 a.m. on the 13th.
All right, so let's start at 11:35 and work our way up on distance traveled, flights climbed, and steps, because that would be between 11 and 8 o'clock, right? I mean, 11 and 12 o'clock.
11, that's your time frame, 11 to 12.
All right, so not to be confusing, at 7:41, the last step was 41 meters.
Correct.
Indicated right there.
It was 41 meters at 7:41 a.m.
All right. And then the next activity with the phone in hand
Correct.
is what time?
11:35 a.m.
Okay. And then at 11:35, what happens?
You have 79 meters traveled.
All right. And then 11:48?
11:48, you have 37 meters.
And 11:58?
156 meters.
And as far as flights climbed at 11:37?
You had one flight, and then at 11:50, you had two.
All right. And then as far as steps are concerned, at 11:35?
11:35, 115 steps.
11:48?
62.
And of course, 11:58.
249.
Now let's move up to the time frame of 11 to 12. I'm sorry, 12 to 1.
12 to 1.
All right. So this is the time frame from 12 to 1. What time does it start as far as speed is concerned?
Speed, it starts at 12:07 p.m.
And what is the speed at 12:07?
It's 1.35 meters per second.
You know, is that somebody walking?
Taking a step.
Okay. And then, and so that speed is measured up until when?
To 12:59, 47 seconds, just shy of 1 o'clock.
So what about from 12:08 to 12:57 on distance traveled?
You have at 12:08, you got 316 meters. At 12:18, you have another 88 meters. 12:23, 33 meters. 12:33, another 211. 246, 211, and then at 12:58, you have 229.
And then flights climbed?
Flights climb, you have one one flight recorded.
And then what about your steps from 1208 to 1257?
You have 477 at 1208, at 1218, 138, 1223, 51, 1233, 343, 1246, 340, and at 1257, 359.
So would that be consistent with somebody, say, cleaning their car and walking around the woods? Which you're on. And then I'm going to go to number 16 at the bottom there. What is that time frame?
Okay, you got from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the 13th, and that is distance traveled is 51 meters at 5:39 a.m. At 5:57 a.m. you have 4.23 meters traveled, and then stepwise at 5:39 you have 68 steps, and at 5:57 you have 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead. I'm going to go back to the areas of 1 to 2, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on the 13th. Again. And you can just summarize Investigator Perry for 10:13 at 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
You have distance traveled 515 meters, 3 flights of stairs climbed, and maximum speed of 1.3 meters per second.
And then from the time frames of 2 to 3?
You have total distance 61 meters, 1 flight, and maximum speed 1.09.
Investigator Perry, if you'll just answer any questions defense may have.
Thanks, sir.
Next witness is going to take a hot minute. I don't know if you want to take an early break and
take a hot minute.
Jury ready?
All right. Oh, Jesus.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Jared Sparkman,
Investigator Sparkman, with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
since 2016.
And what is your current role there?
I'm the sergeant of the homicide unit.
And what is your prior employment history with law enforcement?
After I graduated from the University of South Carolina in 2008, I began my law enforcement career with Anderson County Sheriff's Office in 2011 after I graduated the Criminal Justice Academy. I was there until 2016. I went to Greenville County Sheriff's Office in uniform patrol. I was in uniform patrol for about a year. I went to work in the white collar investigations unit. From there, I was promoted to the rank of master deputy in the armed robbery unit. I was there for a period of time, and then in 2020, I went to the homicide unit. I was there until 2023. I got promoted to the rank of sergeant. I went back to uniform patrol. I was there for a few months until a sergeant position came open in homicide, and that's where I currently am. I have attended multiple advanced homicide classes. There's a 2-week class that the University of Louisville puts on. It's a very prestigious class. Multiple other week-long classes for homicide investigations, along with other advanced week-long classes such as shooting reconstruction, interview and interrogation, classes like that.
And are you the one of the lead detectives or investigators in this case?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become the lead in this particular case?
So on October 13th, 2021, it was a Wednesday, around 11 o'clock, I was at my desk at the law enforcement center. I was made aware that there was a homicide in Greer. I was deemed to be the lead investigator on the case. I was tasked with being the lead investigator on the case, and then I responded to the scene.
All right, so tell the jury about responding to the scene and what you saw and what you do.
When I got there, I meet with Uniform Patrol, get as much information as I can from them. For a homicide investigation, there's a lot of things that need to be done and a lot of things that need to be done fairly quickly. So I delegated tasks.
What about, do you assess the scene and meet with different parties to figure out the situation?
Yes, sir. So one of the people that was on scene was Bradley Post. I know Bradley Post arrived in a small red Mercedes sports car. I was advised that he found his fiance, Christina Parcell, deceased in the house. And then Mr. Post then went back to the law enforcement center to be interviewed while I remained on scene.
And are you gathering sort of background information about the victim and the residents of everyone who's living there?
Yes. That house was lived in by Christina Parcell and her sister Tina, along with Christina's daughter Ida. I know that doing some other background investigations at that house that there was priors for harassment and stalking that Ms. Parcell had filed a complaint on.
And do you then start deciding how you're going to attack the case?
Yes. So like I said, we delegate tasks. One of the first things that I like to do that's important because it's time sensitive is capture cameras. I asked Investigator Stokes to canvass the neighborhood to look for any ring cameras, talk to any witnesses. A lot of times those ring cameras, or whatever cameras they are, if they're recording for nonstop, the data, the information, the footage that I need may not be there by the time I need it. So that's a time sensitive matter.
And did y'all start looking for ring cameras and those kind of things?
Yes, sir.
And were you delegating those out?
I was.
Were one of your leads to an individual named
Alleged.
Alex Hughes?
I'm coming. I'm
Yes, sir.
coming.
And did you talk
I'm
with
coming.
him about any relationship to this case?
I did.
And was it standard policy for you when you talk to somebody at this early in the stage, would you take a DNA sample of them?
Yes, at this point, we didn't have a lead. We didn't have a good lead. So anybody that we come in contact with that we feel like has a connection, we'll get a DNA sample.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 181 and ask you if you can identify that.
Give me over.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
This is still sealed, but I know that inside of this is the buccal swab that I got from Alex Fields.
So you did take his buccal swab?
I took it myself, yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It's a cotton swab. It's like a long Q-tip. You just swab it inside of their cheeks. You get 2 of them. You put it in a container, put the lid on it, and you seal it up.
Is that your JDS one? Is that?
Yes, sir.
you?
That's me. Yes, sir.
Your
First, middle, and last name. Yes, sir.
And once you take the swab, you secure it in a tube,
Yes, sir.
and then what do you do with it?
I secured in property and evidence.
So y'all are at the scene. You're looking for any leads that you can possibly get. What's your first big break?
Investigator Stokes comes to me. I'm speaking with Christina's sister, Tina, in my vehicle. He comes to me and says, we got some footage from right across the street at 121 Cambridge, which y'all seen.
I'm coming, baby. I'm coming.
Not only does that
I'm
give us
coming.
a description of our suspect, it also gives us a time frame to start narrowing our search down for.
And so that was the ring camera of the suspect walking into the front door.
Yes, sir. That was the ring camera that shows white male
Yes.
in dark clothing with a backpack going into the front door of 122 Cambridge Drive.
And so from there, what did you necessarily do? By doing that, how does that narrow your investigation?
Well, we know that at that time,
Right.
at 9:15 in the morning, we know that that's when our suspect goes in. So we focus, we start at 9:15, we work our way out. We work forwards and backwards to try to get any video that we can find of the suspect entering the area, leaving the area, how he got there, things like that.
All right, so when was the first time you ever heard the name Zach Hughes?
First time I ever heard that name was October 22nd, 2021, when we were speaking with Michael Manigault in the interview room.
So that was your first lead towards him.
Yes, sir.
And up until that time, what have y'all been doing?
We've been interviewing and as many people as we could that we feel like had information for this case. People that had connections to Mr. Mello, people that had that knew Tina, that knew Christina, just that knew everybody. We didn't have much to go on other than that ring camera, so we were just talking as much to as many people as we could.
Now, you spoke to Mr. Manigault. Did you take his DNA sample? Master Deputy Wolf?
I believe so.
Did you take his phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you send that over to be downloaded and reviewed?
We did.
So was it sort of normal protocol to take DNA samples and phones from individuals that may be potentially related to this case?
Yes, sir. There was a connection with Mr. Manigault and Mr. Mello, and obviously we know Mr. Mello was going through this heated child custody battle. And, we didn't have much to go on. We were still grinding away. So we just want to get as much information as we can, and if we don't need it, we don't need it. But at least we have it.
And so was your next big break was the flock camera?
Yes, sir. When we were speaking with Mr. Manigault, Investigator Wolf, who spoke to y'all earlier, he went and did some research on Mr. Hughes and did some research, found his truck, found him on a flock camera, as you saw the day of the murder, with that bicycle in the back of his truck. And that was the only day that bicycle was in the back of that truck.
So is that when y'all were able to get a warrant for 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir.
It was at the residence of Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And at 200 Tyndall, is that first time you all really laid eyes on Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to seize his phone?
We did.
And what do you do when you seize these phones? I know there's multiple phones. For example, you obviously seized and took the victim's phone.
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcell?
Yes, sir.
So with Zach Hughes' phone, what do you do with it?
We take it and we get a search warrant for it, and we send it to our unit that does data extractions on cell phones, and they get as much information off of that cell phone as they can.
And now once those downloads are produced and put in that, I think Jim Perry talked about Cellbrite Reader, and I think we spent a lot of time looking at Cellbrite Reader just a moment ago. Do you review that with the experts on the phone side, or y'all coordinate with that information that you derive from that phone?
Yes, sir. We review it. I'll review it on my own. I'll review it with them because they're more familiar with that process. So we do it together.
Okay. And what are you looking for inside those phones?
Looking for anything from pictures to location data to phone calls. We look through the address book, messages, anything that we can get out of that phone is what we're looking through.
And on Zach Hughes' phone, we've heard some testimony to it. Were you able to locate WhatsApp messages?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall sort of the difficulty in those WhatsApp messages that you had in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
So those WhatsApp messages, when they were recovered from Zach Hughes' cell phone, when we got them, they were in a scrambled state. The words weren't in order how they should be. It made no sense. And the reason for that is when a WhatsApp is deleted from a device and then recovered using what they use to do the forensic download of the phone, when they're recovered, they're in a scrambled state.
And now in WhatsApp, if we communicate with each other on my phone to your phone in WhatsApp, is there any way to get that information from the WhatsApp corporate office?
No, WhatsApp is encrypted end to end. We'll send a search warrant to WhatsApp, and there's nothing they can give us as far as the meat and potatoes of these conversations. What they'll give us is the account information of each number, of each WhatsApp number, and that's basically it.
And did you in fact send a search warrant to WhatsApp?
We did.
And did you get any of these messages from WhatsApp?
No, sir.
Now, did you review all of those WhatsApps?
Yes, sir.
And about how many WhatsApps do you think you reviewed?
It was a lot, hundreds and hundreds.
Enough to fill a thick binder?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you went through all of those?
Yes, sir.
And in those WhatsApps, when you're reading the messages, are the words in a coherent order, or do you have to kind of analyze what they are?
I have to analyze what they are.
And did you analyze what they are in relation to the facts that of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, and were you able to pull relevant WhatsApp messages that you believe to be relevant to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been into evidence, State's Exhibit 173. So what is State's Exhibit 173?
This is the first page of the report that was extracted from Zach Hughes' cell phone. And it shows a WhatsApp conversation. This conversation is between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
So would this be the first WhatsApp communication between those two individuals?
Yes.
That you recovered?
That we recovered, yes, sir.
All right. What's the date of that?
December 7th, of 2020.
Is that October 7th?
I'm sorry, October 7th, 2020.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
And so it says instant messages, and up there, what's that number right there?
1,769.
And what does this say right here?
That says scrambled.
And is this date accurate right here? I mean, the time in which it was sent accurate?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
I know that when Cellbrite provides the report, they automatically adjust the time to make it correct.
So it's in Eastern
They
Standard
go from, they convert it, I guess is a better way to put it, convert it from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And so this first message from Zach, and I'm assuming that's Zach up there.
Yes, this report, it pulled a picture of Zach Hughes. And also when we got the return back from WhatsApp, it did give us that picture as his profile picture. It's his picture. It has his telephone number that ends in 0020. Says Zachary Hughes owner.
And so what is this first message on October 7th, 2020 at 11:40 a.m.?
It says, it's John Zach.
So when we're talking about scramble, is this an easy sort of example of the scramble?
Yes, sir. I feel confident I could unscramble that.
So what do you think? What would you derive from that as far as your investigation?
Well, knowing that this text is from John Mello, because it has right here his number at whatsapp.net and says John Mello. We know that's his number because that number was in his email signature from the Google emails that we sent. So I know it says Zach. I know it says Zach. It's John.
And you also know that. Do you know that Zach spells his name Z-A-C-K?
I do know that. I know that some documents were located in his room at 200 Tyndall, and that's how his name is spelled on it.
And then this would be a response right there. And so again, it says, what does it say?
It says scrambled.
All right. And this little dot there?
So that little red, it's an X. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's an X, and that's on all of these messages from both parties. That means that this was a deleted WhatsApp that was recovered.
And so who was the response from?
The response is from Zachary Hughes, and I know that because it has Zachary Hughes' phone number, ends in 0020.
And he's in green, is that correct?
Yes, sir. On all of these messages that you will see, the ones on the left in blue are all from John Mello. The ones on the right in green are all from Zachary Hughes.
And so what does this message say?
I'm going to read it as is. It reads, is on it other the my man how side.
What?
And
I interpret
your interpretation of that. This is your interpretation in relation to your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. I interpret that as how's it going on the other side, something to that extent. And I believe I know that because I know that at this time, Mr. Mello was on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean in Italy. Mr. Hughes was in the United States.
All right, I'm going to show you some more WhatsApps, and we'll go through them best we can. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183. See if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a printout of some more WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zach Hughes from April the 16th of 2021 to April the 17th of 2021.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 183 into evidence.
Okay.
Objection. All right, you said the dates are April 16th, 2021. Put us in context of what's going on in this particular case in April of 2021.
If you recall, April of 2021 is when Christina was able to go to Italy and bring Ida back to the United States, to South Carolina.
there is the first message, and it's in blue. So who's it from?
This is from John Mello.
All right, and what does that message say?
Up in WhatsApp, you was setting sorry.
In relation to this investigation, do you have any significant interpretation of that?
It says WhatsApp in there.
So you drive, it's talking about WhatsApp.
It's talking about this application.
And then the next one is, what's the date of that one?
The date is April 17th, 2021.
At what time?
It's at 6:55 a.m.
And
This is from John Mello. It says, secret phone number, got I dude, private Christina's.
so how did you interpret that in relation to this investigation?
I interpret that as, dude, I've got Christina's private number.
And then what looks like 2 minutes later, what's the date on that?
The same date, April 17th, 21 at 6:57 a.m.
And what does that one say?
This is a message from John Mello. It says, harass shit of her 5142. We can the 864 out 483.
So how did you interpret that in relation to this case?
I believe he's providing Christina's phone number, which I know ends in 5142. He's saying harass the shit out of her.
Back to the top. What is that first message there?
This is a message from John Mello on April 17th of 21 at 8:33 a.m. He sends a JPEG image. You can't tell, you don't know what the image is. It didn't recover the image, only that an image was sent.
All right, so why can't you recover the images?
Because it's encrypted. The fact that it was encrypted and the fact that it was deleted from his phone, the images weren't able to be recovered.
The next one?
The next one's from John Mello, same date at 8:33 a.m. It says, email please to this me photo.
And Zach Hughes' response?
Excellent, haha.
Now, you don't know what that photo is.
No, sir.
Do you know when John Mello emailed Zach Hughes photos of Christina Parcell when with no clothes on? We've looked at them all morning.
I know it was around this time. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was around this time.
About May, middle of May?
Yes, sir.
Sound right? Back to the top.
This is a message from Zach Hughes to John Mello. The same date at 8:37, just did. He, right after that, says, of her, photo great. Great photo of her is how I see that. John Mello, just shortly after, responds with thanks. And then Ibar got a. I don't have an interpretation for that. This is also on April 17th of 21 at 8:38. Zach Hughes messages, let's talk later, next hour's teaching. I'm the 6'4" butt. I translate that as, let's talk later. I'm teaching. He's busy teaching something, likely piano lessons or some type of musical lessons. He then states shortly after, you stop thinking, guys, been about none. And Mr. Mello responds with thanks, okay. And then thank you, brother. This message is from John Mello, April 17th of 21 at 8:39. It states, dollar burner phone, buy cheap, a store. I interpret that he's telling him to buy a cheap burner phone from a store. He then states, haha, something else, no for. And then he states, message, ignore that last, shortly after.
Oh.
Mr. Mello again states, burner pay get, will I a.
Hello. Sorry, I was. It's it's.
Looks like he's saying he's going to pay for the burner phone.
I was daydreaming. Look it up.
A lot of people
How are you,
use
Fran?
my training experience. They use burner
Lovely
phones
to
when
see
they don't
you.
want,
Thank
what's
you
on
for
their
popping.
actual phone
Oh, oh,
to come.
Fran. You did not have to do that, darling. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you. But you know what you've been subjected to now, don't you? Wait for it.
Out to the person that just gave us a super chat. This community is just the best. Love you all the
I know. I can't help myself. Did you get my email? I when we were chatting backstage, friend said how much she liked the theme song for the podcast. So yeah, I just made up a a song the other night and sent it to her. And she's probably gone now because I was busy daydreaming. Well, I wasn't. I was actually looking up a particular trial, but and I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you. All right, I'll have to send her an email because that's bad. I've missed her. But how generous is that? That's lovely. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. Yes, I probably would think that, yes, that would be the correct interpretation. That'll teach you for not paying attention to chat at 5 a.m.
Come out. Lot of it's used in a lot of drug deals.
Because
It's a cheap
men go to
phone
bed
that
till
people
last
can
hour.
get. They're not associated with that number, and they can toss it when they're finished with it.
All right. We'll move on to another day. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 184.
I wonder if she's live at the moment. I might be able to jump into her chat. I'm hungry.
So you State's 184. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Are those the WhatsApp messages that you reviewed that we've been discussing?
These are still the WhatsApp messages in the same report from May the 15th of 2021 to May the 20th of 2021.
I don't think she is.
All right. I'm going to show you
Okay.
the first one here. Who is this? Oh, sorry. State Moves 184 deaths.
Oh.
Okay.
This is Mr. Mello. He sends another JPEG image to Zachary Hughes. Again, we don't know what the image is. But with that image, he sends a message and it states, "My Christina, our daughters present mother, JPEG, gentlemen and ladies, Parcell." I interpret that as, ladies and gentlemen, I present Christina's mother.
And then is there a second?
There's a second image. It's another unknown JPEG image.
And what about that?
At 8:18 p.m., the message states, "Warren escort Caroline, aka Sweet." That's relevant in this investigation because, as you saw from some of the items that were in these packages that were mailed out, Caroline Warren's name, the name Caroline Warren was on there.
So those were the items that were in the packages.
Yes, sir.
Show you State's Exhibit 185. Appreciate 185.
These are more of the WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zachary Hughes. These are dated from May 23rd, 21 to July the 3rd of 2021.
Table moves 185 into evidence. Without objection. And we'll start at the top with the date.
This is from Mr. Mello to Mr. Hughes on May 23rd, 2021 at 2:13 p.m. Just states no. The following message is on the following day, May 24th at 3:42 a.m. It states, part the is writing its best. A few hours later at 8:15, Mello states, listen, should make that you from today, Greenville, thinking I'm. And then a couple minutes later, he sends a message that says mailed.
Why did that grab your attention?
That grabbed my attention because he's talking about mailing things from the Greenville area. And I know
Potentially.
Right, potentially. And I know that we've got these, I know about these letters that have been sent out. So it piqued my interest. Mello states on the same day at 8:17 a.m. an outside mailbox.
And then does Zach Hughes respond?
Yes, sir. Zach Hughes responds at 8:18 a.m., says, all right. He follows that up with a message and it reads, I'm riding bike my way that. I interpret that as I'm riding my bike that way. And then right after that, he states, the message says, B want camera on truck. The camera, the truck won't be on camera.
And now more from John Mello.
John Mello at 8:19 a.m., still on the 24th of May. This message reads, Charlotte Post, be your day outs info, flight mailed from in wood, same mark, the is Charlotte. I think you skipped over one. You come down a little bit. Then Mello states, it says, puts Charlotte in you, puts you in Charlotte. Mr. Mello then states at 8:20 a.m., it says, and sunglasses, baseball, wear a hat. He's saying, wear a baseball hat and sunglasses.
Now, did you, in viewing Mr. Hughes' phone, were you able to determine whether Mr. Hughes visited Mr. Mello?
Yes.
And what about time what date did he visit Mr. Mello?
It was in June, early June of 2021.
How do you know that?
That is from just conversations that were pulled from messages from his cell phone.
Was there also a video on Zach's phone, Hughes, that you?
Yes, a video was pulled from Zach Hughes' cell phone, and it was a FaceTime. It was a recording of a FaceTime between John Mello and Aida Mello.
And who was doing the recording of the FaceTime?
I believe it was Zach Hughes that was doing the recording from his phone.
And who was he with in the recording?
John Mello and Zach Hughes were together.
And who was John Mello talking to?
John Mello's talking to Aida.
And about what time was that?
That was May 31st, 2021.
And was John Mello in Italy?
John Mello was in Italy. Therefore, Zach was in Italy.
All right. And then finally, they continued this conversation.
Yes, sir. They continue at 8:20 a.m. John Mello's, the message says, misspelling of phone, lobby, your, into, or Poinsett, on, go, the hotel, upstairs, down, sit, and play. I believe he's saying go to the Poinsett Hotel and sit down upstairs and play, likely the piano, because that's what his background is in. At 8:21, still on May 24th, John Mello states nice. A minute later, it says, time you post downtown 27, he has even our postman, it made camera 2 gets by office if the stop if on stops thee. I know he's talking about a postman and he's talking about a camera. He then states, from come it anywhere would. I look at that and see it could come from anywhere.
And what does Zach Hughes say?
At 8:24 a.m., it states, bought gray baseball yesterday, a nondescript cap.
So as far as your investigation is concerned, how did you interpret that?
With these last few messages, they're obviously trying to conceal identity, trying to keep out of view of cameras that may be nearby.
And did Zach Hughes continue to respond?
At 8:24, it states from Zach Hughes, drop just my ride in a box, in box, it, I'll, and somewhere outside bike.
So what is your interpretation of that?
He's talking about riding his bike somewhere and dropping something in a.
It's all over the place, isn't it?
What does he say?
Then states, good point. Mr.
All right.
Mello responds at 8:25. This message
I'll be back.
states too
In the
hard
other
they
room.
are find. I interpret that as they are hard to find, likely. Mr. Mello then states, office post throughs drive are at the they. Something about post office.
These are all from Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir. We're still in blue. Mr. Mello at 8:26. This message says, buying the you online or postage. I think he's saying, he's asking, are you buying the postage online? Then says, this message states, just that by UA, but B are heavy, will, Shramo, easy letters. And then stamp is the next message. Following message is 8:27 from Mr. Mello. And Staples postage, it can sell, I think, way.
Now, earlier Zach Hughes referred to riding a bike to drop it off.
Yes, sir.
Is that important in this case?
I think it's extremely important. We obviously saw video of our suspect leaving the scene on a bicycle. At 8:41 a.m., Zach Hughes, this message says, of I know one. Then the next message is good thought. John Mello responds with sets you getting R2. It looks like he's asking, are you getting 2 sets?
Zach Hughes says what?
Yes. Zach Hughes, we're at 9:04 a.m. now. This message says, you let know it was much how I'll cash paying. And then first by IAU, updated thumb drive, go have I'll keep to. John Mello responds with cool, okay.
Thumb drive?
Thumb drive sticks out, paying cash sticks out. Obviously, it's harder to track paying cash if you use a credit card, debit card.
All right, and what's the date of this?
We're May 24th of 21. This is at 9:07 a.m.
All right.
The next message John Mello sends, and it says, to ruin going their weekend. Going to ruin their weekend.
What do you think there is referring to?
I think there is referring to Miss Parcell and everybody that received those letters.
Zach's response. Zach Hughes' response.
Yes, sir. Same date, 7:17 p.m. This message, it reads, in hold on can I-5 talk. At 8:21 p.m., the message from Zach Hughes states, before Zoom, you, yeah, Stathicus, we, if, won't, and the can chat. Miller responds at 7:18 a.m. on the 26th at call 9:15. We are at July the 3rd of 21. This is 1:09. Zach Hughes responds with headed marina, friends, I'm with Toothy. John Mello responds at 1:09 p.m. on July the 3rd, 1 minute call.
Which is probably,
Call in 1 minute. This is at 1:45 p.m. from Zach to John. It reads, sounds is on post like low funds.
now, do you see how he spells post?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to State's Exhibit 2. How is post spelled on this envelope on State's Exhibit 2?
It's incorrectly spelled Poast.
And what was the other response?
From Zach, it states could from benefit as well. Check blank A. Could benefit from a blank check. How I look at it.
All right, I'm going to move on to October 12th. Some more WhatsApps. So you State's Exhibit 186. These additional WhatsApps, that just like the ones we're reviewing.
Yes, sir.
Start date on those.
Start date on this is October 12th, 2021.
State moves 186 in evidence. Okay. Starts there. All right, that is John Mello in blue.
John Mello's still in blue, and this first message is dated October 12th, 2021 at 8:58 p.m. It reads, her arms who chopped off.
And what do you think it referred to?
I think it should read, who chopped off her arms. I think he's referring to Christina Mello, or Christina Parcell.
Photo.
Yes,
Photo of Christina
a photo of Christina Parcell.
All right, and then this next one.
Same date. No, I'm sorry. This is on October the 13th, 2021 at 10:06 a.m. Burden.
Sorry, is this Mello
This
sending this
is
message?
from John Mello to Zachary Hughes. Burden if way, but Ada, life, like family, finally, beg down case, am lawyer love, more doomed, been a count think, than not listening is totally nothing, her it matter as I, 14 November, at wood so leave, has me stake you to point, let have all even taking our due close, stay, we, she, and us right of hate control, brother, no needs, was this can very far, your for come say with on thee. I don't know what it says. I know it's talking about a burden. I know that it mentions a lawyer. I know it mentions Ada.
And then what time does Zach respond on October 13th, 2021?
Zach Hughes responds at 11:36 a.m. on October 13th, 2021 with LOL.
And then again?
The next message right after, it reads, I know, brother.
Going to, what's the date?
We're still on October 13th, 21 at 11:36 a.m.
That's current time, that's local time, right?
That's local time. Zach Hughes' message states, let's talk in a bit. The following message, still on the 13th at 2:48 p.m. It reads, soon we'll working up later catch in week, never mind thee. John Mello responds on October 13th, 21 at 2:49 p.m. And it reads, asleep till fell I was 5-man Saudi job.
And then Zach Hughes responds?
At 2:50 p.m. No worries, man. Still on October 13th at 2:50, John Mello sends this message, and it reads, 3 now couldn't information sense thing after another. Thee are single bit I sleep today, our raising, it's here at fees worried. Night, building 1 weeks or not lawyer. I'm maintenance in can't of OTS about everything eat they'll my a last. And he follows that up a minute later with, and it reads, up be you or woke. Again, me night, GLSD,
Any significance?
It looks to be like it's talking about nighttime, woke me up, possibly. Zach Hughes responds at 2:51 p.m. This message reads, just manager got well, LOL texted work at off the night. And then a minute later, Zach Hughes sends a message that, and it reads, chat lets in little a bit. October 13th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m., John Mello sends Zach Hughes a message. And this, it reads, that did research on music, how go?
That's October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
And what did he respond?
At 2:53 p.m., the message reads, phone over, tell you good, the I'll.
How do you interpret that?
Good, I'll tell you over the phone. And Mr. Mello responds with, cool.
Is that the last WhatsApp that was ever recovered?
Yes.
And do you recall Investigator Perry's testimony about how long the conversation they had in the afternoon of the 13th?
I do.
How long was that?
I believe it was about an hour and 20 minutes.
What did you interpret that music research as?
I don't believe it was really music research. I believe John Mello sent a message to Zach Hughes in code.
His interpretation of what he wants to say.
All right. So, Investigator Sparkman, did you also review the Gmails between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And I know in the entire team, they just sent out search warrants for those Gmails.
Yes, sir.
And as far as numbers of Gmails from John Mello's email address and Zach Hughes' email address, how many emails do you think you received between the two of those?
Hundreds. It fills up a large 3-ring binder.
All right, so did you cull it down to emails just between John Mello and Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 190 marks identification purposes only. Can you look at that?
Yes, sir. These are the emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And did you have the occasion to review those?
Yes.
And do you know when those emails began?
Yes, sir. They began August 29th of 2020.
And when did they end?
They ended October 20th of 2021.
Okay, is that when John Mello returned home?
Yes, sir.
Back to the United States?
Yes, sir.
Now, in reviewing all of these Gmails between Zach Hughes and John Mello, what was the basic theme involved in all these?
That Zachary Hughes was very involved, extremely involved with.
I object to this kind of summary of it. I mean, if they have specific emails that they would like to try to introduce, that's one thing, but just giving his interpretation of all of these emails, I object. You don't come up here.
Crime Investigators Department, again, you've reviewed.
Is this going to be, you got a little bit longer?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. Hey, it sounds like our jury needs to take a quick restroom break. I don't normally like to do that mid-testimony, but I also want to take care of my jury. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay?
Please don't tell me they've gone on a fucking break now. Or is it finished? Motherfucker, really? You kidding me? Are we done? Looks like it, doesn't it? Are we done? Anyone? I think we might be done. All right, well, time to run my new outro. Unless my screen is frozen. Anyone tell me in chat if we're still going? Because I can't see a darn thing. And it hurts way too much for me to walk back out there. All right. Here we go. Check out the new outro. Woohoo!
Hey there, thanks for stopping in. We hope you will join us again. We all look forward to next time. We get to talk about true crime. Clues. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests. Our true crime family is great. All types of topics we debate. Smash that like and ring that bell. Hit subscribe, you might as well.